This game is not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may have a safe experience playing this game. For content warnings, please visit the official website. By playing Doki Doki Literature Club, you agree that you are at least 13 years of age and you consent to your exposure of highly disturbing content. Greetings, I am Amy and welcome to Doki Doki Literature Club. As the title suggests, this is not my first playthrough, this isn't blind. I've played this game many times before, but I want to start up my channel with this because I want this channel to surround around Doki Doki Literature Club. And before I start into mods and analysis and stuff, I want to start with the game itself. I will analyze a little bit throughout it and stuff, but if you're looking for a blind playthrough, I'm sorry to disappoint. This isn't what you're looking for. But yeah, I will analyze a little bit throughout it, although I'll most likely analyze after the scene is done, because I want to play the scenes completely most of the time. And I'm sorry for the bad mic quality. Maybe I'll improve at some point, but yeah. I'm also sorry if I cough or something, or if I struggle with the voices, or if I stammer. It's like normal for me to do that. Anyway, I will put up a warning if I start screaming, because I do try to match like the emotions of the characters. And I don't really want to blow your ears off, so anyway. I'm going to call my character John, for personal reasons. Not because it's a basic name or anything, so yeah. Hey! I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it's just kind of worked out because you've known each other for so long. We used to go to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she'd always sleep more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh, and I look for the crosswalk, and let her catch up to me. I almost left again! I caught you this time! Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You said like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, John. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you didn't have anything to be mean, even if you want to. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students, making the daily commute. By the way, John, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm really not interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either. That's not true. You told me you would join the club this year. Did I? I'm sure it's possible I did. In one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along whatever she's going on about. So you like to worry a little too much about me when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average by spending my free time on games and anime. I was talking about how worried that you won't know how to socialize, have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know. And I know you're happy now, but I die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years just because you're not used to the real world. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Alright. I'll look at a few clubs that makes you happy. No promises though. Will you at least promise me you'll try a little? Yeah, I guess I promise you that. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to use her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Hello? Sayori? Sarah must have come to the classroom while we're spacing out. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom. I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you always see me sometimes. I'm impressed! You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know... Know what? Well, that you could come to my club. Sayori... Yeah? There is no way I'm going to your club. Mini! Sayori is vice president of the literature club. Not that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title Vice President. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyway? Well, I kind of told the club yesterday that I would bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep! I can't have Sayori is really that much of an airhead, or if she's so cunning as to have planned all of this out. I let out a long sigh. Fine. Stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yes! Let's go! And thus today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. I dejectedly followed Sarah across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used for third-year classes and activities. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone! The new member is here! I told you, don't call me a new member! Eh? I glance around the room. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere! John, what a nice surprise! Welcome to the club! Always escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls! What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it. Sorry. Natsuki. Regardless our attitude, it seems apparently Natsuki is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. She also is the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. Sayori says like quiet into my ear, then turns back toward the other girls. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. And it sounds like you know Monika, is that right? That's right. It's great to see you again, John. Monika smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monika's probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically, completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... You too, Monika. Come sit down, John. We made room for the table, so you can sit next to me or Monika. I'll get the cupcakes! Hey! I made them, I'll get them! Sorry, I got a little too excited. Then how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As I mentioned, it's been widened so that there's one space next to Monika and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room, where Natsuki grabs a wrap tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Da-da! Whoa! Natsuki goes to fall off the tray to roll a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes, decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and a little piece of chocolate we used to make ears. So cute! I had no idea to get baking, Natsuki. Well, you know, just hurry and take one. Sayori goes on first, then Monika. I follow. Sayori talked for a mouthful and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Why are you thanking me? It's not like Haven't I heard this somewhere before? Maybe not for you, or anything. I thought you technically did. So I said, well, maybe! But not for, you know, yo! Don't me. Alright. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. It's not that weird of a logic. She made it for whomever was coming to the club, not directly for us. Yuri returns to the table, carrying a tea set. She carefully places the teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know. I believe you. Well, tea reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monika raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. So, what made you consider the literature club? I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monika that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so... That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure to make you feel right. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Monika, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year? Well, you know, to be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling my dream. Monika really is a great leader! Yuri also nods in agreement. Then I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. It gets better that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Yeah! We'll do our best. You know it! Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monika must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why they were all so delighted by the idea of new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So, John, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't have a good way of answering that. Manga. myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? Spoke out thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the room of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels, double deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in a world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually amaze me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. I desperately grasped something I can relate to the minimal level. At this rate, you might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Really? I wasn't expecting that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you. Well, I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think, or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. Ugh, I hate horror. Oh? Why is that? Well, I just... Natsuki's eyes stared over to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right. You usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You'll have to piece of scrap paper behind Blood's club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud! And give it back! Fine, fine. Your cupcakes are poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are. Sayori sidles up behind Natsuki and puts her hands down on her shoulders. I'm not cute! Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No! Natsuki averts her gaze. You wouldn't like them. Not a very confident writer yet. I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes a lot more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe you could share some of your work. Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel more comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all sat in silence for a moment. Okay, I have an idea, everyone. Oh god, it's raining. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. Yeah! Let's do it! Plus, now that we have a new member, I think will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, John? Monika smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on. There's still one problem. Huh? What's that? Now that we're back to the usual topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Some may convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still felt the clubs to look at and... I lose my train of thought. All four girls stood back at me with dejected eyes. But... I'm sorry, I thought... John... You all... I'm defenseless against these girls. Yeah, they're guilt-tripping. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? It is if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Yes! I'm so happy! Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! You really did scare me for a moment. If you really just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed. Then that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to next meeting so we can all share. Monika looks over at me once more. Oh. John, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monika for mediocre writing skills? Oh, I feel anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey John, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together? That's right, Sam and I never walk home together anymore because she always stayed at the school for clubs. Sure, might as well. Yay! With that, the two of us depart the clubroom and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monika. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in the literature club? Perhaps I have the chance to go closer to one of these girls. Alright, I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Okay, so for this time, I think we're going to be on with Yuri. The one who has played the most. So, I'll try to go for the most complex words to see if I can trigger something specific. We'll see, right? Something broke when I was recording something at the time. That's why I'm currently checking real quick about like if OBS was working properly. Anyway, so infinite, unrestrained, agonizing, disoriented, frightening, inferno, electricity, effulgent, tenacious, essence, heaven sent, intellectual, melancholy, I should have gone fester, sensation, disarray, atone, disown, incongruent, suicide, starscape. Hi again, John. Glad to see you run away on us. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, John. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst in literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on! Like you deserve any slack! Sarah told me you didn't want to join any clubs this year. And last year too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take it seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Natsuki, you still have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monika and manga. Manga's literature! Swiftly defeated, Natsuki looks back into her seat. Don't worry, guys. John always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. He helps me with busy work without me even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. Sayori, just because your room is so messy, it's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once. Is that so? You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might might be a little jealous. How come? You and John can become really good friends too. Sayori! As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into. Oh, Yuri brought you something today, you know? Wait, Sayori! Huh? Me? Not really. Don't be shy! It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Sir made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do? I'm sorry, Yuri, I wasn't thinking. I guess that means it's up to me to rescue the situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. So any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, I won't make it a big deal if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. Yuri reached into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want it to feel left out. So I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it, if you want it. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She picked out the book she thinks I like despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you! I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Well, you can read at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monika to kick off some scheduled activities for the club, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Sarah and Monika having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki's rummaging around in the closet. I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more, but at the same time, I feel bad for distracting her from reading. I catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. It looks like the same book that she lent to me. More than that, she seems to be on the first 2 pages. Ugh. Crap! I think she knows me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me, and our eyes meet for a split second. But that only makes her hide her face deeper in her book. Sorry. I was just spacing out. I muttered the sensing it made her uncomfortable. Oh. It's fine. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. But I'm just rereading a bit of this, so... That's the book that you gave me, right? I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason. Just curious, how come you have 2 copies of the same book? Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday... Oh, that's not what I meant! I mean, I just happened to buy 2 of them. Ah, I see. There's something fairly obvious that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decided to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon. I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. It's a very engaging and relatable story. Is that so? What's it about, anyway? Well, Yuri closed the book and scans her eyes over the back. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover. Alright. I just want to make sure I don't accidentally give anything away. Basically, it's about this girl in high school who moves in with her long-lost younger sister. But as soon as she does so, her life gets really strange. She gets targeted by these people who escaped from a human experiment prison. And while her life's in danger, she needs to desperately choose who to trust. No matter what she does, she ends up destroying most of her relationships and her life starts to fall apart. That's kind of dark, isn't it? Yuri made it sound like it's going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came from nowhere. Yuri gently giggles all of a sudden. Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, John? No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kinds of stories, so don't worry. I hope so. Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri is into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that those kinds of stories that challenge you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil, but because they have their own goals or their own philosophy that they believe in. Then suddenly, when you thought you related to the protagonist, they made her to be the naive one following their one-sided morals and the fear with the villain's plans. That does fit into DDLC. Like, Monika fits more of the role of an antagonist than the villain, but you could say she's the villain of DDLC. And then we are the naive protagonist that, upon deleting her, think that everything is going to be okay because we are following our morals here. But the problem is, even in the fulfilling ending, no one is truly completely happy. Even the fulfilling ending, Sayori is... The fate of the president has been laid upon Sayori. That means she can never fully be happy. At least not to the extent that she possibly could be without, like, her presidential role. So... Also, of course, it makes sense with, like, Monika's own philosophy that they believes in and stuff. But I think it's more interesting about, like, the protagonist, about how we think we are fixing something, when not just wasn't Monika pure evil, but she also wasn't, what? But we also just can't fix this game. It's doomed from the start. Sorry. So, I think that's interesting. I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize! I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. So I'm sorry for saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much. I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. The least I can do is listen. It's a literature club after all. Well, that's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? You don't have to! What are you saying? Just a moment ago you were saying that you were looking forward to it. Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I had put into my bag. Alright. It's fine if it's a tea, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Are you sure? You seem a little apprehensive. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in company with someone. I see. Well, just tell me if I'm distracting you or anything. Alright. I opened the book and started the prologue. I still understand what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulders as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri's in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead. Sorry, You really apologize a lot, don't you? I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean... Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk and tense up against Yuri's and hold my book more between the two of them. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a bit, our shoulders are almost touching. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess it makes it kind of difficult to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way, I turn the page and Yuri slides it under her own thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. As if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? To turn the page. Sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to cover up with her. Oh. That's okay. You're not used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes a little bit longer. That's probably the least I can do, since you've been so patient with me. Yeah, thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she finishes the page before me, and I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey Yuri, this might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. You think so? How does she? Well, I guess she's more blunt in a lot of ways. But she also second guesses all the things she says and does. Like she's afraid she'll do something wrong. It's not I can look into your head or anything, but they're kind of reminiscent of some of your mannerisms. I see. You remain silent for a moment. But John, that's probably a terrible thing to have in common with her. Oh, it's so embarrassing that you think that. Wait! I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything! Sorry, I really didn't know you were self-conscious about that sort of thing. I guess I more meant that it's kind of cute. What are you saying all of a sudden? Okay, everyone! I think it's about time we share today's poems with each other. We might not have enough time if we wait too long. Yuri exhales, spared from finishing her thought. Is that alright, Yuri? You look kind of down. I'm sorry if you haven't been looking forward to this. It's not... It's fine. Yuri releases her hand from the book, causing it to close on top of her my thumb. Alright. I guess I'll do some more reading tonight. Or would you prefer I only read it with you? I guess I don't have too much of a preference either way. In that case, I read a little more tonight. It'll be more fun to read with you if it picks up a bit, you know? That's good reason. In that case, feel free to finish the first 2 chapters in your own time. Alright. I stand up. I make a mental note of what I left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? I can't wait! Sarah and Monika enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sarah's is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf, torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monika wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monika's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Who should I show my poem to first? Yuri seems the most experienced, so I should start with her. I can trust her opinion to be fair. As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten. Exceptional. Huh? What was that? Huh? Did I say that out loud? Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face. He's going to hate me. You really do anything wrong, not Yuri. That's... I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Yuri takes a breath. So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imagery and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before. Really? Wow, that's a huge compliment coming from you. This is actually my first time, really. Huh? Yuri stares at me blankly, then looks at my poem again. Well, I know that. I just meant... Yuri trails off and able to find an excuse. She traces her finger along the words in the poem, as if breaking it down more thoroughly. Yeah. Okay. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there's specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they firm fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds a train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammer is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a bit biased though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her, which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Doesn't mean they're sharing poems all the time. Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe, calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. Yuri's style is the most like my own style. Actually, really? Simply because, I'm actually not that good at simple writing. That's why I actually think Sayori's and Natsuki's poems are very impressive. But I can work with big words. If I'm not speaking, I'm not good at speaking. Although there's one thing that bothers me about this poem. The over here. It's small. Why is it small? There's a dot. It definitely was fixed in like the plus version. But like it's still it's a nitpick, I know, but like it bothers me. Especially since it's like Yuri. Yuri, who besides Monika maybe is probably the most likely to be like very strict about grammar. Sorry, I need to drink something. I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. But it took you a long time to read. Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. That's a relief. Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I want to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, John. Really? I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But I remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive. It's nothing really. Yours was impressive too, so... Nah. If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you. You think so? Yeah, of course. You know, I was really nervous about doing all this. But in the end, I enjoyed it. I'm going to keep doing my best for you, John. Me too. Who should I show my poem to next? Hi, John. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good, glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright. I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'd be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, you want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, John. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monika my poem. Great job, John. I was going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. It's easy for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way it always counts when I put in some effort. That's not very fair. I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Unlike Sayori, who likes using simple and direct words to describe happiness and sadness, Yuri likes it when readers are left to derive their own meaning out of it. It's very challenging to write that way effectively. Both allowing people just to get something out of it just by feel, or letting them deeply analyze all of the nuances. It can take years of practice, which I'm assuming Yuri has at this point. I never really asked though. I'm sure I'm nowhere near her level yet. Don't worry so much about that. You do your own thing. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things. I'm sure I'm trying different things a lot. It could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a bit biased at their own kinds of styles, but I always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you are about impressing them or anything. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? I like the way this went wrong day. Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's because you have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole in wall. It couldn't have been me. See? The direction the sparkle protrudes. A noisy neighbor. An angry boyfriend. I'll never know I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No! I can't see. I reel, blind, like a film, left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retinas. Already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep. Stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out. And he, on the other side, was looking in. Already, this poem is about her being self-aware. I'm sure a lot of people played the game before and know that already. The majority, if not all. But yeah, it's about her realization, her epiphany. Also, by the way, there's the piano in the background, and a friend of mine who plays piano pointed out that some of the notes aren't accurate to the notes that are played for the other characters. Like, they don't align too well, so basically someone is playing those notes not too well. So maybe, just maybe, The game didn't even give her like a song, like her own like theme for these poems, so she had to make one herself with the piano. Like, the others have like 3 instruments, or like about 3 instruments, and she only has the piano, so that's very suspicious. So, what do you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style's gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the time between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone's better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monika's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down to paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you just get a big, dark pile of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. This advice is very important since she brings up like this writing metaphor, you could say, a metaphor for coding in her poems very frequently. And something I also wanted to say, she like talks about us expanding our like writing styles, like experimenting with our writing styles, and I just wonder, like, it could just be that she wants us to see, like, it could just be that she wants us to learn more about literature. She is very passionate about that, but there's a part of me that just thinks it's most likely because she, if we go multiple times, but write multiple tomes for a girl, we're going down the route. So I just think maybe Monika just wants us to experiment so that we don't like get too close to one of the girls. To buy yourself time. Who should I show my poem to next?
This is a good poem, John. Are you sure it's your first time?
Of course. It's not that good. Am I the kind of guy who'd be writing poems in his spare time?
I guess you're right. But that's why it impressed me. Well, to be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't do it seriously. I thought you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy just that you wrote one. It just reminds me of how you're really part of the club now.
Not to mention the fact I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but it doesn't mean I'll break my promise.
See, it's like I said before, John. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people. That's something that only really good people do.
Thanks, Sayori. I'm not sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motive here. Then again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That will be my way of thanking you.
Alright, I'm going to hold you to that then.
Yay! Now you read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this.
We'll see about that.
Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above. The sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast.
So this poem already has like a lot of it already has hints at her depression. Most notably, like the most obvious, if it wasn't for could sleep forever. But overall, it's like I've seen a lot of people. I think there was a mod that misinterpreted it as her just trying to sound like she's just so happy, when she realized she's not, and she's just faking it, so it's just like a fake poem to keep up that facade. And that really bothers me because it's like about how much DMC means to her, about how much happier she is, like not exactly happy, but more motivated to get up in the morning because she's just glad that we're in the club now. And it has since about her depression too, and like the rhythm and stuff has once again it had a lot of thought put into it. So it's definitely not just a poem that she wrote to keep up the facade. Sayori, this is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this?
No! Just a little bit!
You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question.
I forgot to do it last night.
Well, at least it makes me feel better about myself.
Don't be mean! I still tried my best.
Yeah. I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you.
Really?
Yeah. Especially the last line.
I made eggs and toast!
Even though you were late to school.
It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky.
Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me.
This was so much fun! Monika's the best!
Yeah.
But next time, I won't forget. I'm gonna write the best poem ever!
Well, I guess I look forward to it. Who should I show my poem to next?
John, if you're not going to take this cup seriously, then go home.
What? Harsh.
What? You expect me to believe that you actually put effort into this? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not a writer.
Maybe it's not very good, but yeah, I did put an effort. We all said somewhere, right? If you're still part of the first poem you ever wrote, then I'd like to read it. Painful to think about?
Fine. Well, sorry. You'll get better anyway. I tell you what to improve, but you're better off just trying again.
Fair enough. Well, teach their own, I guess. Anyway, I guess I gotta share mine now. Knowing you'll probably think it's stupid. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek. Cheetahs can run. Eagles can fly. People can try. But that's about it. To be honest, like I said earlier, I think Natsuki's poems are... Honestly, they would be much more complicated for me to write. And to be honest, I think her poems are, next to Monika's, my favorites in the game. I don't know why. I guess I just really do like simple writing. Yeah. I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I like it.
What? Just be honest!
I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it?
Well, because everyone high school thinks that we're supposed to be all sophisticated and stuff, so people don't even take my writing seriously.
But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style would make your message and thus valid.
Yes, exactly! I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem.
Seeing everyone do great things can be really disheartening, so I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. But the nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I said for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized.
That's what it means to be a pro! I'm glad
you'll learn something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, guess not. I decided to humor that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki's feeling proud, then it won't take that away from her. Phew. I guess that's everyone. I glanced around the room. That was more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. If they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I'm getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monika happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly.
What's with this language?
Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy. Thanks. Yours is... cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's kind of about the feeling of giving up.
How can that be cute?
I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all.
Well, I do have a couple suggestions.
If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it, and John did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own.
First of all, excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring, which I haven't yet. And John liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up.
Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri.
That's not what I... You're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe it's just that John appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours.
Ha! And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself?
No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go for my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Is everyone okay?
Well, you know what? I wasn't whose boobs magically grew size bigger as soon as John started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you!
I don't like fighting, guys!
Suddenly, both girls turned towards me, so they just noticed I was standing there. John, she was just trying to make me look bad.
That's not true! She started it! If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain it to her, John!
Wait, there is a reason with so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, John?
Well...
How did I get dragged in the first place? It's not gonna think about writing. But whom I agree with, they probably think more highly of me. So of course it's going to be Yuri. Overall, I think the only, like, good response is Help Me Sayori. It'd be good if he could handle this on his own, but, like, Help Me Sayori is better than picking one of these two, because they're both right and that their poems are valid and good. And they're both wrong in saying that the poem of the other person isn't. I actually, if I had to choose, I'd actually pick Natsuki for a few reasons. But I do understand that Yuri struggles with her word choice, so I can understand how it went wrong with, like, she contributed equally as much to the argument, but I can see the viewpoint of both of them. And Yuri and Natsuki did take it very far with the like boob mentioning, even though her boobs haven't grown. And Natsuki was just very, very blunt, a bit very defensive, but like I said, I can see that. I can see why too. Natsuki, you're right that I liked your poem. See? Wait! That's no excuse for you to be so mean. You shouldn't pick a fight just because someone's opinion is different. That's not what happened at all! You wouldn't even take my poem seriously! I understand. Yuri, you're a seriously talented writer. It's no secret that I was impressed. Well, that's... But here's the thing. No matter how simple or refined someone's writing style is, they're still putting feelings into it, and it becomes something really personal. That's why Natsuki felt threatened when you said her poem was cute. I didn't notice that I'm sorry. But Natsuki, you took it way too far. Yuri means well, and if you just told her how you felt, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. And that's why my problems lies with picking Yuri, because what Natsuki did, she wasn't even that aggressive at the beginning. She did, in fact, at the beginning just tell her that she didn't appreciate a poem being called cute. It was Yuri who didn't cooperate. Which is being now mean to Natsuki for not as big of a reason anymore. Are you kidding? That's exactly what I did! It was her that... Natsuki, I think that's enough. You both said some things that you didn't mean. Yuri apologized. Don't you think you should too? That's true. Natsuki clenches her fists. In the end, nobody's taken her side. She's trapped, at this point being defiant only because she can't handle the pressure. I end up even feeling bad for her.
Sometimes when I'm hurt, I'd have to take a walk and clean my head.
Sayori, she doesn't need to. You know what? I'm going to do that. It'll spare me from having to look at all your faces right now. Without warning, Natsuki snatches the poem up from the desk and storms out. On her way out, she crumbles up the poem with her hands and throws it in the trash.
Natsuki...
She really didn't need to do that. I look across the room. Yuri has a chin buried on her hands while she stares down at her desk. I gingerly approach her and sit in an adjacent desk. Everything alright? I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I acted like that. You probably hate me now. No, Yuri! How could anyone not have gotten frustrated of being treated like that? You handled it as well as anyone could. This line also bothers me. Yuri treated Natsuki with even less respect. She was being equally as mean to Natsuki. Just that she insulted Natsuki more frequently, but Natsuki just sticks out more because she's more blunt. And she could have handled it better. She could have apologized right at the beginning, but she didn't. Once again, I understand why, especially with her signs of autism even. That's this popular headcanon for Yuri. And I can see why it happens. I can see it. But Natsuki has just as much of a reason to be defensive. And that's why picking Yuri really bothers me, because they put down Natsuki for things that Yuri did too. And they put her down to an overly extreme extent. I can enjoy the Yuri route, but I just don't like how he keeps putting other people, in this case for example Natsuki, down to lift Yuri up. He could have said it differently. He could have Natsuki did act mean. It is she didn't made a mistake. It's not that bad. It's not that deep. But Yuri acted equally as mean. I don't think any less of you. Well, alright, I believe you. Thanks, John. You're too kind. I'm thankful to have you as a part of this club now. It's nothing. One more thing. The one thing that Natsuki said about, I would never do anything so shameful. So... Huh? What thing did Natsuki say? Well, never mind that. I'm going to make some tea. Ah, good idea. Make enough for more than one person, okay? Yeah. Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems?
It was a lot of fun!
Well, I'd say it was worth it.
It was alright. Well, mostly.
John, how about you?
Yeah, I'd say the same.
It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome! In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you'll learn something from your friends too. So your poems will turn out even better. I think to myself, I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination.
John! Want you to walk home?
Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. It truly has been a while since her and I have spent this much time together. I can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Sayori, about what happened earlier.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often?
No! That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you?
No, I don't hate them. I just want your opinion, that's all. I can see why they'd make good friends with you.
Yeah. You know, John, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me happiest. And I think everyone really likes you too.
That's...
Every day is going to be so much fun.
It looks like Sayori still hasn't caught into the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but... does it really need to stop there? We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat her on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes.
Okay!
Yeah. Let's do this! Okay. Let's do this indeed. Sensation. There is no Yuri word here. Despise. Incapable. Fulgent. Uncontrollable. Covet. Disarray. Portrait. Afterimage. Wrath. Graveyard. Vitality. Fickle. Captive. Agonizing. Cage. Climax. Incongruent. Infallible. Inferno. Intellectual. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here with the past couple of days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me.
Hi, John!
Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today.
I'm just still not used to you being in the club, that's all.
I see. That's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood.
But I guess it's always the simple things with you anyway. Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack?
No thanks.
That's not like you at all!
I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori?
Why is that? All of a sudden...
No reason, really. I just want to look at it. Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets its contents spill onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out. I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori.
That's not fair! How did you even know?
It's simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you'd have brought a snack before coming to the club. See that you're not hungry and want an excuse to take a walk? Or you plan to conveniently forget your money, or you plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. But there's one more thing. You're always hungry! And so, that only is the one option.
Oh, I give up! Don't make me feel guilty!
If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. That's not true. I mean, sometimes, yeah. Like, Sayori just tried to manipulate us. Right now, she does deserve to feel guilty. But I'm pretty sure she, and a lot of other people, feel guilty very frequently, even though they didn't do anything to deserve it. Yuri suddenly giggles. Huh? I didn't notice that she was listening in. Her face is in a book, as always. I wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book.
Yuri! Tell John to let me borrow some money.
Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling mysterious little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. Did I just... I didn't mean that. I got tipped out into my book.
I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you.
There's no way I could think that.
You're right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the revolution.
Retribution.
That!
Still coming from you, Sayori. I guess there's a little devil inside all of us, isn't there? Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me.
But you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. So you had to take Natsuki to making them.
Come on, give more credit than that, Sayori. Out of nowhere, something smacks her in the face and tumbles onto the desk.
Ow! What was... a cookie!
Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around.
Is it a miracle? It's because I paid my restitution!
Retribution. Actually, that one almost worked. I was just gonna give it to you. But then I had to blab about the cupcakes. It was totally worth seeing your reaction, though.
Natsuki! That's so nice of you! I'm so happy.
Sayori hugs the cookie. Jeez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite.
Oh, God!
Sayori suddenly claps her hands over her mouth.
I bit my tongue!
Looks like you're going through a lot of just one cookie. Natsuki takes a bite of her own cookie.
Yours looks really good too, Natsuki. Can I try it?
Jeez! Beggars can't be choosers!
Well, yours is chocolate.
Yeah, why do I think I gave you that one?
Fine. Still, I'm really happy she had this one with me.
Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki, then wraps her arms around her. Jeez. I get it! Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sayori off of her. Sayori suddenly sits down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie. Hey! Did you seriously just do that? Mouthful, Sayori trots away to safety. Yuri and I laugh as well. Jeez! You're such a kid sometimes!
Monika, can you tell Sayori? Huh? Natsuki glances around. Monika's in the club room. Where's Monika anyway?
Good question. Have any of you heard of anything about her being late today?
Not me.
Yeah, I haven't either. That's a bit unusual.
I hope she's okay.
Of course she's okay. She probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all.
You don't think she has a...
I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined.
That's true. Excuse me!
Suddenly, the door swings open.
Sorry. I'm super sorry.
There you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
Monika chose to club over her boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed.
Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monika quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What held you up anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kinda just lost track of time.
That makes no sense, though. You should the bell ring at least.
I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't where you played music as well, Monika. I don't really! I kinda just started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano.
That's so cool! You should play something for us, Monika!
That's, Monika looks at me. Maybe once I get a little better, I will.
Yay!
That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, John. Monika smiles sweetly.
I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that.
Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently. And I'd really love the chance to share it once I'm ready. I see. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So, I didn't miss anything, did I? Not really. I chose to leave out Sayori's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Nat's going to complain to her anyway. It looks like everyone has already settled down. Sayori's already finished her entire cookie. Yuri's back to her book and Natsuki's appeared into the closet. Sorry? Hey, Yuri. Huh? I suddenly noticed that Yuri is reading a different book from the one we've been reading together. Sorry! I didn't mean to interrupt. No. I was kind of just waiting for you. Ah, that's the case. Why don't we go and get started? Yes, let's. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. If there's one thing that can make my reading time any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Wait a second. I have some tea here as well. Not to mention for yourself as well. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf that comes with the filler inside. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm going to plug this in at the teacher's desk, and then we'll go get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms. Especially because of her long legs, Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. Yeah, why not? Shall we go then? Yeah. What are you two up to? Huh? You're going to make some tea, so... I suddenly realized how difficult how weird it is to... I suddenly realized how weird it sounds to explain this to Monika. We're just filling the water pitcher. Okay. Sorry, I was just a bit curious. That's kind of a one-person job, isn't it? That's Monika, please mind your own business for once. Oh, do you want to tell me there's something wrong with helping involve John in club activities? My mouth gapes. I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. Then let's go, John. Ah. Yuri quickly exits the room and I follow. Once in the hallway, she suddenly puts her forehead against the wall. I spoke without thinking. How could I say something like that? Yuri, something about the way she said that. It made me feel so irritated. What's wrong with me? No, Yuri, I think you did the right thing. I wasn't expecting it, but it's also not right for Monika to judge people like that. And once again here, I don't agree with the MC that that was the right thing. I don't think it was the right thing. It's definitely not as bad as Yuri is making it seem. Like, she feels far too guilty for what she said. But I don't think it was the right thing, and I also don't know if it's because of a language barrier, because I'm not a native speaker. But I didn't really think Monika was being judgmental. She was being, like, nosy. That's also pretty annoying. Like, you can call that she was nosy. That's sorry. That's definitely a bad trade. But I didn't think she was being judgmental. She just was being nosy, and then she made a silly joke that is related to something that you see, from the perspective of the MC and Yuri, and perhaps what actually Monika was in fact just intending to do, is Monika is club president, and there are 2 students leaving the club, and she probably would need to make sure where they are going, even because the club meeting hasn't ended yet. Where are these 2 students going? It's like one feeling sick and the other's going with them. So honestly, out of the perspective of these 2, and like I said, perhaps what Monika actually was, like, somewhere intending to do, is that she could just be doing, like, her normal club president stuff, just making sure everything's right over there, and then making a joke about how it was in fact it would be more of a 1-person job. There isn't really a reason for there to be 2 people. So I didn't really I think it sounded judgy. It was pretty nosy, but from our perspective, could, like I said, could just be her being a club president. So I don't think you did the right thing. And this goes back to what I said about what I said earlier, when he was throwing Natsuki under the bus to lift Yuri up. I think that's once again a similar situation where he's like to lift Yuri up, instead of telling that it's not that bad, he feels the need to put the other girls down and make them seem a bit worse than they actually were. In this case, a bit worse because Monika was actually being nosy. With Natsuki, he Yuri was the one who also like invalidated Natsuki, so it doesn't make any sense there at all, really. So it just annoys me a little bit. John, how come, even when I do something bad, you're being nice to me? Because nothing that you do is as bad as you make it seem in your head. Nobody's perfect. We have emotions, and we can't always hide them away. But you always amplify things in your head. Your mind turns a light rain shower into a hurricane. No. Wouldn't you hate me for something as terrible as that? Why would I hate you? I can't hate someone for having emotions. What kind of friend would do that? Friend, you say? Yuri lifts her head. John, I really like being friends with you. Thanks, Yuri. I like being friends with you too. Like, this is what he could have said from the get-go. There was no need to put others down for that. Also, I see a lot of people criticizing him for putting himself in the friend zone. And Yuri would be totally fine with having a friend. She is content with just having a friend, and he probably would be too. I feel kind of awkward saying something like that, but I'm doing my best to help Yuri feel better. Anyway, yeah. Shall we go? Yeah. You and I walked to the nearest water fountain. Once we filled up the water pitcher, we returned to the classroom. John, do you like oolong tea? Yeah. Anything is fine. Very well. Yuri sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. You really do this properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when making tea for others. Even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything. In that case, you'll only be even more impressed. Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. To my surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself. You must be in a good mood now. Is that so? I was letting it show. And you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking. And I decided that I would try expressing myself a little bit more. It turns out it's not very hard for me to do. When it's you who's around anyway. That's great, Yuri. Just don't push yourself too much. You're always worrying about me, John. It's very endearing. That's... Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. I watch Yuri pour a cup of tea for each of us. John, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Huh? Why is that? It's a little bit easier on my back. I can move my back against the wall rather than bending over at my desk. Sorry, I didn't realize. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it. Is that so? I wonder why that is. It's most likely because You posture, right? Always hunched over like that while reading. Yes! I have terrible reading posture! So that's why we should sit on the floor. Fair enough. I'll go in and get the book. I retrieve the book from my bag. I have some chocolate as well. It's a bag of small chocolate candies that I kept hidden from Sayori's candy radar. I take it since we go well with the tea. You and I then sit against the wall, tickets at our sides. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies even closer to each other. I can't see too well. Natsuki slides close. Yuri slides close until her shoulders are almost touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri's always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup. Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to make sure Now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I use all of my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a little. I put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly give up the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. That's okay. I won't take any. Huh? Are you sure? Well, if I touch it, then I might get smudges on the pages. You're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Yuri opens the book with both hands. She also doesn't have any hard of a time reading from it. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri's already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate, and I hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closed her lips over it. Huh? Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened. I wonder what happened to the chocolate. John... Sorry! I guess I shouldn't have done that. That's... well... You were just helping. That's something that... friends do. Right? I mean... not really in this kind of context, but... yeah! That's all it was. Yeah. Then... you don't need to stop or anything. I see. The situation's gotten really tense. Yu tries to return to the book, but I can tell just by her expression that even she can't focus now. My heart is pounding. I nervously take another chocolate between my fingers, but this time Yuri's eyes meet mine. How did it even come to this? Yuri doesn't avert her gaze. I notice her chest rising and falling to the rhythm of her breaths. I raise my arm. Oh. Like before, Yuri parts her lips. But it's different this time. I take the chocolate and place it in her mouth. I feel a hot breath on my fingers. Okay, everyone! Ah! Ah! Yuri jolts back. It's time to share poems! John, you can help Yuri put away the tea stuff, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, thanks. The spell is abruptly broken. I'll take care of the cups. Yeah. Yuri picks up the teacups from the floor. I pick up the bag of chocolate. In the end, we hastily clean up without so much as a word between us. I get the feeling this is something neither of us will have the courage to bring up. Who should I show my poem to first? Let's see what you've written for today. Yuri stares at the poem with a surprised expression on her face. Do you like it? John, this one might even be better than yesterday's. How did you even pick up on this so quickly? Just yesterday I was telling you the kinds of techniques worth practicing. Maybe that's why. You did a good job explaining. I really want to try giving it more imagery. Yuri visibly swallows. Even her hands appear sweaty. I'm not used to this. Used to what? I don't know! It's fine. Take your time. Yuri breathes and collects her thoughts. I know that Yuri likes to think before she speaks, so I offer that patience to her. Yeah. Just being appreciated like this, I guess. It probably sounds really stupid, but seeing someone motivated by my writing, it just makes me really happy. Are you saying you've never shared your writing before? Yuri nods. Really? I don't believe it. I really only write for myself. And besides, people just laugh at me. Do you really think that? Again, Yuri nods. Huh. Even your close friends? Yuri doesn't respond to that. I wonder why. Anyway, do you want to share the poem you wrote today? Yeah, I do, if it's with you. The raccoon. It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scuttering of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my strange tendencies as an unordinary human. I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious well aware of the consequences, well aware that a raccoon that is fed will always come back for more. The enticing beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom. The bread, my hungry curiosity, the raccoon, an urge. The moon increments its face and reflects that much more light off of my cutting knife. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of my raccoon friend. I slice the bread, fresh and soft. The raccoon becomes excited. Or perhaps I'm merely projecting my emotions onto the newly satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken to following me. You could say that we've gotten quite used to each other. The raccoon becomes hungry more and more frequently, so my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood. Classic Pavlovian conditioning. I slice the bread, and I feed myself again. So yeah, I'm sure people who've played the game know that this is about cutting. There is... By the way, there's just something I would like to say about tabeo cutting. If you know someone who self-harms, you shouldn't make the assumption why they self-harm or what they go through. Yuri obviously gets excited from it, most likely from the endorphins and like the adrenaline and all of that. But that's not everyone. And I have had people tell friends of mine who have self-harmed, some still struggle with it, that there are better ways to get an endorphin rush and shit like that, and it's like, always ask the person, because a lot of them, almost nobody I know personally, felt excited about it. I have had things that ranged from self-punishment to, in fact, just wanting to make people aware that they're struggling, to completely different things like trying to distance your body from, like, make you feel like your body is your own. So, because every time Yuri's cutting comes up and it gets revealed, I've seen either people be like, yeah, that's normal, isn't that everyone? And the answer to that is no. And others were completely surprised, like, what? People can get high from that? And the answer is yes. So really, if you know someone who self-harms, first of all, don't shame them for it and try to get them away from it at a slower process, because usually just trying to remove them from the self-harm habits very quickly doesn't just like work. It's not that easy. And ask them if they'd be comfortable to share why they do it. Don't just assume why that's or this is or that is or definitely cannot be this, that they would be doing something like that. I really just needed to say that. I was a more daring with this one than yesterday's. I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical. I'm not sure if it's... I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what this poem is about. That's right. It's a bit closer to my preferred writing style. Using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions to them. Yeah, if I take it at face value, then I can't even figure out what it's supposed to mean. Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in their own way. I want to express the way it feels for me to indulge in my more unusual hobbies. It's those sorts of things I'm usually forced to keep to myself. So, I sometimes enjoy writing about them. Why do you keep them to yourself? Because they're embarrassing. And people would make fun of me. Don't you have anything like that, John? Well, yeah, I guess I do. I feel like everyone has a little something like that. The best we can do is respect each other and our individualities. Even if it's difficult sometimes, and some things make us uncomfortable. After all, If I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I would probably hate myself. I might be ranting a bit now, but I'm glad that you're a good listener. You're good at a lot of things. Writing, listening. There really aren't many people like you, John. That's exaggerating a bit. It's just how I feel. I never thought I would feel so comfortable sharing my writing. But now, I almost feel like I look forward to it. It's just a really nice feeling. And you have to thank for that. It's nothing, really. Yuri smiles sincerely at me. For just a moment, her timidness seems to disappear. Who should I show my poem to next? Monika, the nosy one. Hi again, John. How's the writing going? Alright, I guess. I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. I wouldn't count on that. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today? Sure. Here you go. I give my poem to Monika. Alright. This one's good. It feels like you're not only getting more comfortable with your writing style, but the imagery is better than the last one I read. Just wondering, but have you been finding inspiration in Yuri's writing style? I guess so. You can't deny that she's talented. Yeah, totally. I think her poems are the most romantic. That's the best way to describe it. She's like a totally different person when she picks up a pen. I noticed that too. When she's talking about literature, it's like a light turns on inside her. Sadly, it's hard to get much personal conversation out of her. Trust me, I've tried. Who knows what goes on in that head of hers? I hope you don't mean that in a bad way. No, of course not! I just meant I wish she didn't keep so much to herself. But still, defending her like that, you must be pretty into her. You completely misunderstood. Calm down, I'm kidding. Besides, I'm pretty sure she's already got a boyfriend. Wait, really? Yeah, a fictional one anyway. Monika kind of whispered that last part to me. It's just a hunch, but... Well, there's nothing really wrong. There's not really anything wrong with that. Oh, well, I know. I was just saying... Probably because, wait a second, drink some. Probably because, like, it's like... Why would you have a fictional girlfriend when you can have a real girlfriend like me? Something along those lines. But anyway... You want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so you do too? Alright, let's take a look. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors, flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue. An endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms. Squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me. Quite a few people have like mentioned, made it like that it's probably like it's written like code is supposed to be written like line wise. I'm not too familiar with coding, so I can't be too sure about that. I've just heard people say that. It's even faster than your last one, huh? I guess it's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it. No, I never said that. It's just a kind of thing I've never really seen before, I guess. I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how the spacey words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines really short make it seem like they're trying to speak over the noise. I see. I actually, every time I read like those short lines, like while I'm reading it, I just feel like it's just like she's losing herself in that noise. Or just losing herself in general for motivation. So she cuts herself short the whole time. I don't know why. I don't know where my thought process started there. It's still hard for me to tell what it's about though. Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract as a physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monika's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind. Or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. I wonder what like the goal was with those with this writing tip. Like maybe she just felt the need to say it. Maybe she wanted to test like the balance of like if she can say that, if the script will allow her to say it, if she can break free from that script a little bit. Or what I've noticed in a bunch of friends is that it's this day where Monika becomes more attached to the player. And today is the day where Sayori starts showing her first signs of like that her depression is getting amplified. So I wonder if she said it just to be sure, because she didn't plan on deleting her later on, so she thought that it could be like a good way like the player could just load later on, so if something goes wrong, you know, just as a backup. But I'm not too sure. Could be a combination. Who should I show my poem to next?
Ooh, I like this one, John. It has some nice feelings in it.
I'm glad. Does that mean it's better than yesterday's?
Let me think. I don't know. I guess I like them both.
That's not very helpful, you know.
Well, I'm not very good at figuring out if poems are good or bad. But that's why I just go by my heart. If it makes me feel things, then it must be a good poem.
I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. Then again, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of this whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I don't even know what kind of writing you like in the first place.
Yeah, me neither.
Ugh. Why don't you at least try giving it some thought?
Oh, you want to write something for me? That's so sweet.
Yeah, right. But you're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself once in a while. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt at some point.
Well, I don't really know what you mean, but I'll try to keep it in mind.
That's right. Well, whatever.
Anyway, let's see. I guess I like happy poems. Wait, sometimes sad poems too. Sometimes a little bit of both. There's a word for that, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Bittersweet! Yeah! I like things that are happy and things that are sad.
Happy and sad? I can't see you liking something sad, Sayori.
Well, I like happy the most. But sometimes when you have a little rain cloud on your head, a sad poem can help give the rain cloud a little hug. And make a nice happy rainbow.
Sayori, that's unexpectedly poetic.
Eh? It is? Maybe I'm getting better expressing my feelings after all. Thanks, John. I should go write it down then. You can read my poem now, okay? Bottles. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly, but there is no time to waste. I put in a bottle to keep it safe, and I put the bottle on the shelf with all of the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts and bottles all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go. Like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally, all done. I open up, and in come my friends. And they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf, one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts and shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head.
You know, I'm kind of sad that in the Plus version, we have like these 3 verses over here. And in the Plus version, they're all combined. Which bothers me because here it doesn't rhyme. Here it rhymes. Here it doesn't rhyme. Here it rhymes. Here it doesn't rhyme. And here it also doesn't rhyme. It has like this meaning of everything falling apart at the end to the point where she can't even like rhyme anymore. You can also see they all have a similar build-up. It's like 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. Rhyme, rhyme, suddenly no rhyme. Jumbled, like, just dependent on what is supposed to be said. You get these words, so I'm kind of sad that it isn't like this in the Plus version. I don't know why, maybe that problem is the formatting, but yeah. Also, from what I've noticed, a lot of people like feel a bit disturbed by like the ending, of course. But for some reason, this part of the digging and scraping is like the worst part of the poem for me. I have 2 theories, and maybe they just combine. Either it's because that was when I noticed it's about like depression, or like when that was the first time like playing, or it's because I have a very vivid imagination, and for some reason when I read these lines, I can picture her like really just reaching into her brain and like digging and scraping with her fingers in there. Holy crap. Sayori, did you really write this?
Of course I did! Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever?
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you.
Monika taught me a whole lot! I've been really in touch with my feelings recently.
I see that. It's almost kind of creepy.
Creepy?
Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm so used to you being cheerful. Well, never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. The point is, it came out good and you should be proud of it.
Oh, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic.
You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up.
Yeah! Writing's the best! I'm gonna keep writing until I die!
Don't get ahead of yourself. Sayori's always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion eyes makes it hard for me to be pessimistic. Riddled with foreshadowing and hints that once again it was like Monika told me a whole lot, and from really in touch with my feelings recently, it makes me once again wonder if like today, in game Thursday, is the time when Monika amplified like Natsuki's Sayori's depression. Who should I show my poem to next? The one whose name I always want to say. Well, I can admit it's better than the last one. It's nice to see that you're putting in some effort. That's good. But I still don't like this at all. It's trying not to be serious. Huh? What do you mean by that? Poems don't need to be all deep sounding to just express something. It's going to just sound like you're forcing it unless you really don't suck at it. Honestly. Don't bother trying to write poems like this until you're on Yuri's level. Natsuki stops short all of a sudden. Don't tell me. Huh? You're not just trying to impress Yuri, are you? What are you talking about? Keep your voice down. You know Yuri loved this kind of bit angsty. Just because she's an intelligent writer doesn't mean... Looks like I'm in trouble. It's almost like a nerve that what I did is beyond me. I am so done with you. Natsuki shoved the poem I handed her back over to me. Take your stupid poem. If you want it for someone else, just don't show it to me. Ouch. This is what I get for letting a younger girl step into my business. Unless it was a mind reader I was destined to be in a world of pain from the start. At least Natsuki wasn't really the girl I was trying to impress in the first place. So much for about not caring about how old Erin is. Although I must say, Natsuki's statement didn't make much sense. Like, how am I supposed to get on Yuri's level if I don't practice writing like that? Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today as if Evanka comes in at the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Oh, do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like I can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just have embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I didn't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? We won't need much more than a few decorations. She has been working on posters, and I've designed some pandas we can give out during the event. Okay, that's great and all, but that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event. Sorry, I thought you heard about it already. They're going to be performing. Performing? Monika. Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. But the cool part is, we're also going to let anyone else come up and recite poems too. So he's putting it on all the posters in case anyone wants to prepare ahead of time. Sayori, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see. Are you kidding me, Monika? You didn't already start putting those posters up, did you? Well, I did. Do you really think it's that bad of an idea? Well, no. It's not a bad idea. But I didn't sign up for this, you know? There's no way I'm going to be performing in front of a group of people like that. I agree with Natsuki. I could never, in my life, do something like that. Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear.
Guys,
No, Sayori. I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of people. I guess I kind of overlooked that. So I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We're the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. If we start the event and each put on a good performance, then we'll inspire others to do the same. And the more people who perform, the better we'll be able to show them what literature is all about.
Yeah! It's about expressing your feelings, being intimate with yourself, and finding new horizons, and having fun!
That's right. And it's those reasons that we're on this club today. Don't you want to share that with others? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you in the first place? I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is standing in front of the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it. Natsuki and you remain silent. Sayori looks worried. I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Monika have been trying really hard to get new members. The least we can do is help them out a little bit.
Well, maybe, but...
Looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left.
Okay, fine! I guess I'll just have to get it over with. Alright!
Phew. Thanks, Natsuki. What about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else's expectant faces. I guess I don't have a choice.
That's everyone! You're the best, Yuri! Peer pressure! Guilt tripping!
Couldn't you just ask her for her to try first, and if she get into it, she would could do it, and if not, she could be doing something else during the event to keep the atmosphere or something. This club is seriously going to be the death of me. Oh gosh! You'll be fine, Yuri! But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other.
No way!
Monika! This is too sudden! Well, if you can't recite your poems in front of the club, then how do you expect to do it in front of strangers? Oh no. Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel more comfortable.
Can I go next?
Of course. Now let's see. Monika flips through a notebook to a specific poem she has in mind for herself. She then stands behind the podium. The title of this poem is The Way They Fly. Monika begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotions behind each line she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or is she simply a natural? I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monika. Sayori looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Finally, Monika finishes the recitation. The four of us applaud. Monika takes a breath and smiles.
That was so good, Monika!
Thank you very much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori? I'll go next.
Whoa, Yuri's fired up all of a sudden.
She was inspired by Monika. Yuri clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called... Yuri anxiously glances at each of us.
You can do it, Yuri.
It's called... Afterimage of a Crimson Eye. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happens when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quirking words transform into the sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns in its structure, and that she enunciates with perfect timing. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly she's finished. Everyone is stunned. Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her, as if she bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save the situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterwards, and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were caught so off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back into her seat. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. Looks like Yuri's down for the count.
Okay. I guess I'm next then.
Steps out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium.
This one's called My Meadow.
Sorry, I giggled. Sayori.
It's a lot harder than I thought. How did you guys do it so easily?
Try not to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror or in your own head. It's your poem, so it'll come out the best that way.
I see. Okay then.
Sarah begins her poem. Somehow it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. The poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayori is. It's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it. But hearing it come from Sayori's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori meant when she said she likes my poem. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud.
I did it!
Good job, Sayori!
Even John liked it! I guess that's a good sign.
What does that even mean? It came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery.
I don't really understand.
Oh fuck, I got tangled up. In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. They might need a little more force behind them, depending on what you're reading.
Oh, I know what you mean! I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassing to do in front of everyone.
Then next time, I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know?
Okay!
Now, who's next? Natsuki?
Don't make me go before John. It's not like I can compare to you guys anyway. Might as well John lower everyone's standards a little before I have to do it. Natsuki?
It's fine. I might as well get it over with. But it's not given much of a selection of what to read. I'll just have to go over what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it. Despite that, once I finish, I receive applause anyway. Sorry, I'm not really as good as everyone else. Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something to improve over time, though. I've seen people actually say that this is, like, harsh of Monika to say, but I don't really see how. Like, she didn't say the poem was bad or something, she just said, the poem is fine, you just need to be more confident. Yeah, maybe. Alright then. This is you, Natsuki.
Yeah. I'm going.
Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium. The poem is called... It's called... Why are you looking at me? Because you're presenting. Anyway, the poem is called Jump. Natsuki takes a breath. Once she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she is still a little enthused, her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style and works surprisingly well when spoken aloud. The words feel like they bounce up and down as if giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes and everyone applauds. She goes back to her seat. That wasn't so bad, was it? Easy for you to say. You'd better not make me do that again. Well, did at least you prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people? I mean, doing it in front of other people will be way easier. I can put a phrase I want for the people. But it's just my friends. It's just... embarrassing.
That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it'd be the other way around for me.
Well, that's just how it is, so... Well, I guess in that case, you won't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. It might be hard, but I hope that you all have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets, so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting. Jeez, I should probably find some other poem to recite instead. That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy. Ah, yeah, no problem. Okay, everyone. I think with that, I think that's about it for today. I know the festival's coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out really nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we finish planning tomorrow, and then we'll have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day.
I can't wait!
I can do this. I can do this. Alright. I stand up. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monika, but I'll do my best to get through it. If it's for the sake of the club, and impressing Monika, then I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori?
Yep.
Look at you two, always going home together like that. It's kind of adorable, isn't it? Jeez, guys. Don't make such a big deal out of it. It must be a little nice, though. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that?
It's okay, John. You don't have to say it.
Whatever. Let's go already. I walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Sayori's being a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sayori.
Sorry, I was missing out!
No wonder.
I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to... I mean...
Sayori fumbles with her words.
So, let's just say that one day, Yuri asked to walk home with you.
Huh?
What would you do?
What kind of question is that? You kind of put me on the spot here. Well, I would walk home with Yuri. Walking home with Yuri, huh? Why does the thought of that make my heart pound? I mean, given her heart is for to socialize, I would feel awful turning her down, so...
Isn't she so beautiful and smart?
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
You admitted it!
Jeez. There's not even any point in spelling something that's never going to happen.
Well, maybe. But I just like to think about it. It's not long before you won't need me anymore, you know?
Need you? Sayori, I can't figure out how you're seeing things in your head right now.
Sorry.
Everyone is different. Nobody in the club is a replacement for you.
If you say so.
The conversation trails off and I'm left feeling awkward. But it's kind of her fault for trapping me with such a weird question. I can't just lie to her. purchase something that makes her happy, I would hate to take that away from her. That's why I said there's no point in speculating. Then again, the fest is only a few days away. Who knows what'll happen in that time? I mean, to be honest, he probably wasn't lying. That she'll most likely always be like one of his best friends. The other girl might just become his girlfriend. Disarray. Uncontrollable. Landscape. Graveyard. Time. It's the only Yuri word. Entropy. Electricity. Tenacious. Afterimage. Heaven sent. Disaster. Melancholy. Insight. Vivacious. Covet. Incapable. Captive. Oh, that was Crimson. Effulgent. At least there's a portrait in there. Oh man. I'm the last one here again! Don't worry, I just walked in too. Were you practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and now picking up piano. Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion. Remember that club wouldn't be if it wasn't for all of you. I'm super happy that you are willing to help out for the festival too.
I can't wait for the festival! It's gonna be great!
Huh? Weren't you complaining about it just yesterday, Natsuki?
Well, yeah. I'm not talking about our part of the festival, but the whole day of school where we get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food.
You sound a bit like Sayori all of a sudden.
Monika, do they usually have fried squid?
Squid? That's a pretty specific thing to look forward to.
Oh, come on. Are you saying you don't like squid? You, of all people.
Huh? I didn't say I don't like it. But you don't eat it, you're vegetarian. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people?
Because it's right in your name. Monika.
That's not how you say my name at all! Also, the joke makes no sense in translation. Never mind. Let's just focus on our own event for now, okay?
Fine, fine. Your reaction aren't as fun as Yuri's or Sayori's anyway.
Excuse me. Where is Sayori anyway? Oh, there you are. Sayori's sitting at a desk in the corner of the room, looking down at nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayori. I wave my hand in front of her face. You're spacing out again.
Sorry. Don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else.
Is everything alright?
Of course! Why wouldn't it be?
It just feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things.
Jeez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see?
Sayori shows me a big smile.
Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone.
Well, alright. If you say so. I worriedly glance at Sayori before turning back toward everyone else. But the conversation has already dispersed, with everyone back at their usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monika if she's noticed anything about Sayori recently. Since they've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I timidly approach Monika, who's shuffling through some papers at her desk. John! What's up? Hey, this might sound a little strange, but... have you noticed anything up with Sayori recently? Anything up with her? In what way do you mean? Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much, but she seems a bit downcast today. Oh, you think so? I can't have noticed anything about her. Monika peers across the room at Sayori, who's idly dragging a rubber razor up and down her desk. maybe there is something on her mind. But I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, John. You certainly know her a lot better than I do. Yeah, but she's never really like this. She's always talked to me about things that bothered her. But this time when I asked her, she was really dismissive. Sorry, I know this is not your problem. I just want to ask if you knew anything, so I'll drop it now. No, it's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her. And I also care about the well-being of my club members, you know. Maybe I'll try talking to her myself. Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone. Are you sure? Maybe she just has a hard time being out with the person of interest. Person of interest? What do you mean by that? I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, John. Me? How on earth would you come to that conclusion? Well, I probably shouldn't say too much, but Sarah talks about you more than anything else, you know? Huh? She's been so much happier since you've joined the club. It's like an extra light was turned on inside of her. What? No way. Sayori is always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. It's not any different now than it always has been. You're so funny, John. Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her so cheerful? Because that's just how she is when she's around you? I said too much. I'm sorry. What do I know anyway? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you should just forget about what I said. I'll try to talk to her, so try not to think about it for now. Alright. Monika smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already know that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Monika stands up from her desk and walks across the room to where Sayori is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Sayori and gently talk to her. But she's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear her from here. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Sayori told me not to worry about her and have fun with everyone else. But that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much do I care about her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary. But there's nothing I can do besides wait for Monika. Why does it feel like I'm being watched? I glance around the room. Suddenly, I notice Yuri peering at me from over her book. But she looks away just as quickly, with a flustered look on her face. I realize that she won't get anywhere like this. I've never really seen Yuri approach anyone or start a conversation on her accord, so I have no choice but to approach her myself. By now, it's a little easier for me to do that. I stand up from my desk and sit in one next to her own. I didn't mean to bother you or anything. Relax, you didn't even do anything. But I could tell that you wanted to be left alone with your thoughts. Alone with my thoughts? How were you even able to tell that I was thinking like that? Well, it's something that I do a lot. So it wasn't hard for me to spot based on your posture and expression. Not that I was staring or anything. I didn't do anything creepy like that. In any case, I guess you're right. I'm sorry if I caused you any concern. Don't apologize. Your troubles are only the concern of those who willingly share in that concern. Of course, there are certainly those who find the most comfort in keeping to themselves. But if you would prefer to share what's on your mind, then I would be glad to listen. It's really not that big of a deal. I was just feeling a bit uneasy about Sayori. Sayori? Yeah, she seems a little off today, but when I asked her about it, she didn't want to admit it to me. So I can't help but wonder if something happened to her. Oh? That's quite romantic. Sorry! I didn't mean to say something stupid. It's not that. I just don't want you to misunderstand. Sam and I have been friends for a long time, that's all. Ah, I see. Then perhaps it is unusual for her to be so dismissive to you about her feelings. Or maybe I'm just reading into it a little too much. John, the world is full of meaning, often hidden deep beneath plain sight. And there are many untold mysteries behind every person, no matter how well you may know them. Ah, so you think that there might be something behind it after all? I think that Sayori is a very complex person. Her mannerisms on the outside don't always match what may be going on inside her head. And she may not always know what she wants. I noticed her strange behavior today too. And I also feel some concern for her. But in your case, it looked like she was fully occupying your thoughts, wasn't she? Well, I guess that was the case. Sayori, she really means a lot to you. She really means a lot to you, doesn't she? I guess. But you don't need to put it that way. We're just good friends, that's all. Yuri's son looks deeply into my eyes. Her expression is gentle and curious, as if she was searching for something. Embarrassed, I avert my gaze. Sometimes a person's mysteries aren't told, even to themselves. And you, as someone honest and caring, might uncover feelings you weren't aware were in you. That is, I think that she would be a very fortunate person to have you feel that way about her. Yuri, you're giving me too much credit. I'm a pretty simple guy, so I think I'm pretty good at understanding my own feelings. I'm not nearly as sophisticated as you. That's not a compliment, is it? It is what it is. Anyway, as long as we're here, why don't we do some reading? Well, as long as you're okay with it. Yeah. I should be taking my mind off this whole thing anyway. Okay, everyone. After some time passes, Monika's out of the club room. Why don't we share her poems now? Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Everyone goes to retrieve their poems, and I do the same. I make eye contact with Monika, and she smiles at me. I wonder what she was talking about with Sayori. About that, you know, I see a lot of people claim that Monika probably told Sayori to kill herself, but I don't really believe that. Besides it being a bit, very, comically evil, it just doesn't really fit with her motivation. Monika doesn't want Sayori dead, but she obviously said something that bothered Sayori. How it makes more sense for her to have, played on Sayori's insecurities, which isn't better. I'm not defending Monika. Whatever she said was bad, but I'm just annoyed by this, comically evil thing of, you should kill yourself kind of type of idea. She talked to her about how the MC is, sad and unmotivated, maybe. Perhaps she said it in a disappointed tone or something. She basically guilt-tripped Sayori because, we are worried. And Sayori is scared that she's a burden. And so it would make sense because that would make Sayori want to distance herself because she doesn't want to be a burden to us. And we are, sadder because of her. And worrying because of her. And it also would make sense with what Sayori says later on. After saying that the MC was just wasting his sympathy on her, she brought up Monika, because Monika enforced the belief that she was burdening him. And therefore she drew the conclusion... Yeah, and therefore she drew the conclusion that she should just, It makes sense for Monika to want Sayori to feel like her depression is a burden to MC, because she, like she says, she wants Sayori to stay away from you. And she doesn't want her to approach you, and stuff. And she probably didn't fully understand how bad she made Sayori's depression at that point. Maybe a little bit. She should have expected that it could backfire. But who knows if she thought it's a dating sim. And she also thought she could fix her actions after she's made her own roads, so she probably thought if something goes wrong, can always fix it. And that only changed after what happens. With Sayori. And no, playing on someone's insecurities is not better. I'd argue it's worse and more manipulative. People want to make Monika manipulative unless it comes to like actually showing like how manipulative someone could be. She probably pride on Sayori's insecurities rather. Like Sayori, he's sad because of you. Can't you do this? Can you do that? He's demotivated because of you. He worries so much about you, it's like he can't concentrate anymore. Shit like that. Who should I show my poem to first? Well, Yuri. John, your writing has only improved in these last few days. Every poem you shown me has been nothing short of spectacular. I can really feel the emotions. I'm a little envious even. I don't think it ever came to me this naturally. Yuri, that's the wrong way to put it. This never did come naturally to me. But I'm able to improve so much thanks to you. You're really the example I was chasing after. Is that so? Yuri gently smiles to herself. This feeling. I'm so glad I got the chance to share my writing. I never thought it would feel like this. I remember you mentioning that yesterday. I can't believe you said that you're so good at something and you've never even shared with anyone. It's kind of a shame. Maybe, but it's not like I really had a choice. What do you mean? Well, Yuri smiles sadly. John, during lunchtime, I ate by myself. Did you know that? It's a great time to find a quiet spot and do some reading. In fact, I always have some books with me. You could say I really enjoy reading. Well, that's one way to put it anyway. But books are so full of amazing and inspiring people. People you want to fall in love with. Or people you just knew would make a really good friend. Cheerful people who always put a smile on your face. Or deep thinkers and problem solvers who discover the mysteries of life. So, when you look at it that way, I'm surrounded by friends every day. You know? And those friends don't laugh at me. They don't tease me for spacing out all the time. They don't make fun of my body type. And they don't hate me for acting like a know-it-all. People say that about you? I'm not a know-it-all, John. It's the opposite. I don't know anything. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't know how to make people see me as normal. I don't even know how to make myself happy. I have all these feelings. And all I can do with them is read and write. But it wasn't until now that I started sharing it with you that I really understood what was missing all this time. But I haven't really done anything. No. That's wrong. Just being patient and respectful. That's really important to me. I know I'm a difficult person, John. I speak too slowly. I second guess myself all the time. I read too deeply into things. But every time, you've always treated me just like anyone else. It's so weird I feel comfortable myself when I talk to others. But that's why, every time I talk to you, I just feel really happy. I see. Well, I treat you how you deserve to be treated, Yuri. And if other people don't see it that way, then screw them. I mean, I joined this club hoping I would make friends. And I would say I've had at least one success. Wouldn't you? If you put it that way. Yeah. We really are friends now, aren't we? Yuri puts her head in her hands, but this time she's smiling as she does it. Do you want to show me a poem? I do. Let me get it for you. Ghost Under the Light Part 2. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow, bathing. In the distance, a blue-green light flickers. A lone figure crosses its path, a silhouette obstructing the eerie glow. My heart pounds. The silhouette grows. Closer, closer. I open my umbrella, casting a shadow to shield me from visibility. But I am too late. He steps into the streetlight. I gasp and drop my umbrella. But the light flickers. My heart pounds. He raises his arm. Time stops. The only indication of movement is the amber light flickering against his outstretched arm. The flickering light is in rhythm with the pounding of my heart, teasing me for succumbing to this forbidden emotion. Have you ever heard of a ghost feeling warmth before? Giving up on understanding. I laugh. Understanding is overrated. I touch his hand. The flickering stops. Ghosts are blue-green. My heart is amber. Finishing the poem, I started back to Yuri, but instead of taking it from me, she looks away. Do you dislike it? No, of course not! I just don't really know how I should respond. Despite Yuri's poems usually being cryptic, it wasn't hard to figure out what this one was about. I don't know if I'll be able to explain this one. That's fine. I understand this one. Yuri's having an even harder time speaking than usual. Does this one mean a lot to you? Yuri nods. I'm not really good with words, but I'm happy that you shared with me. So thank you. And I hope we keep spending time together. Despite my inability to make eye contact, I see a faint smile matching Yuri's lips. Once again, I try to end the poem back to her, but instead Yuri takes my hands and gently takes my hands and pushes them back over toward me. I hesitate in response to her arm touch. You can... the poem is... Once again, Yuri fails to form a complete sentence. You mean I can keep it? Yuri nods. I'd love to. Again, Yuri faintly smiles, as if she doesn't want me to notice. You always make me feel nice. I know I'm not good with people, but I hope that I can return the favor sometimes. Yeah. Don't worry. I think you do a good job. Yuri finally turns back toward me. I guess we should move on before Monika says something. But I'm sure we can talk again later. Yeah, I'm sure we will. With that, Yuri timidly smiles at me. I return to my seat so I can put her poem away. Who should I show my poem to next? I need to drink something real quick. Hi, John! Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival? Well, being in the Swarm Club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people... I'll have to give it some more thought. Okay, no pressure! Whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great! It would also make me happy to see! Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem. Sure. I let Monika take the poem I'm holding in my hands. Your style's gotten so refined, John. Yuri's been teaching you a lot of things, hasn't she? Well, I guess so. Yeah. I've been noticing how much time you spend with her. I think I've heard her say more words these past couple days than she's talked in the whole year. Not sure how you did it, but that's pretty impressive. Well, she just needs some patience and a way to talk about all the things in her head, I guess. I'm still getting the hang of it myself. You're certainly putting in a lot of effort. You must really like her. That's it's awfully suspicious, you know? Spending time within the clubroom every day. Reading that edgy novel with her. Well, I just feel bad that she has a hard time socializing. It makes me want to make sure she doesn't spend all her time alone. Besides, novels isn't too bad either, you know? Alright. I get you. Just be careful, alright? I know that Yuri isn't used to opening herself up. So if something bad happens while she's vulnerable, then it could be really hard for her. Her books aren't a total escape from reality. They're just a bandage. You say that like I'm going to hurt her. Sorry, I didn't really mean that. If anything, she might accidentally hurt herself. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright? Alright. Already hinting at the self-harm. The lady who knows everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather, lost adrift the sky, victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains, the last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day, the wind ceases to blow. I fall, and I fall, and fall, and fall even more, gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything knows what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning. There is no purpose. And we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend. Your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. This is a poem this is the only Monika poem where I'm not too certain, what exactly it means. But I came up with, 3 ideas again. One, it could be, she says afterwards about, how it's, looking for answers are the sort of things that give life meaning. It could be that was just on her mind, but you can take it even further. For one, she knows the script, but I don't think that actually is referring to that she knows everything, because she actually seems to... The script appears to be pretty bendable, especially since she appeared to be confused about, boyfriend and stuff. It's also that since she knows, the confines of the game that she's in, she knows that the character is pointless. She's just a supportive character. Unless she knows, that whomever is present becomes self-aware, she could easily think that she's if something happened to her, nothing would change. She can't take pride. Wait, what? Sorry. And also like, her legend doesn't exist, and I've been wondering, like, when there was nothing else in this world for her, she had, like, I don't know, like, this idea of herself, this idea of, what her life is going to be, and she strived for that future. But her reality isn't real, and alongside that, nothing that she really did up to this point, everything that she looked up to, also isn't real. And neither are really her talents or relationships. The girls in the club, are they there because she's a good leader, or because, is she friends with them because she just vibes well with them? No, they were just programmed to be. It was just, it's there because it needs to be for the game. She was the most popular girl in class once, not because she was like appealing or interesting, but because it's part of the game. Because she's supposed to be like that type of character. She can't take pride in any of her talents, she can't take pride in any of her relationships. It's just, maybe that's what's like, I just can't imagine. It's like, whenever something seemed bad, she could always be like, well, I can do this and this, but now it feels like no matter what you do, it's really more programmed. You are programmed to do this. For some reason, I'm really heavily interpreting this into this, and like, yeah. And the last line makes me think of like how she's going to now set herself free from these confines of the game and become her own person. I don't know why this like resonates. Why? I think that's pretty accurate. I really don't know. Just an idea I had, I guess. You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sort of thing that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything, but it was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about. I see. I never really put much thought into it. In a way, it's almost paradoxical. Because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning? You know, there's one thing I noticed. It seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy. Are you surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Romance, there are happy poems, there are poems about nature. But it makes me wonder if she's like referring to maybe like the characters too. Like, they all keep writing about their struggles, right? And by the time when you like get together and they're like actually happy to just write about like romance and your love and how happy they are to be with you, that's around when the game ends. So I don't know, maybe it could be referring to that. Or maybe she just thinks the world is a dark place and you could never write anything happy. I mean, most of my poems are negative too, but I've written some happy poems too, so humans are two-dimensional creatures. I think you'd know that better than anyone. You mean one-dimensional? Yeah, that! Anyway, here's Monika's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find other people enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good or okay or bad, I want to focus more on everything that went into it and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way. It will make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. She broke the fourth wall too. Who should I show my poem to next?
It's nice, I guess.
Come on, I can already tell you don't like it.
Well, you don't need to worry about what I think. After all, you wrote this for someone else, didn't you? Probably Yuri.
I didn't write this for him specifically!
Maybe. That's not really what I meant, though. But it's okay. You're making new friends, just like I was hoping. That makes me really happy. And you're happy too, right? In this club.
Well, of course I am.
Good. That's all that matters to me. Thank you, John.
Sayori, is there something wrong?
Huh? No, nothing. I'm just a little tired today.
Alright. Just tell me if you need anything.
I will. Don't worry about me, okay? You can go play with everyone else now.
If you insist.
Yay! I'm gonna go home a little bit early today.
Sayori?
Tell Monika wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow.
Before I can say anything else, Sayori cheerfully walks to the classroom, humming to herself. Who should I show my poem to next?
Yeah, no thanks. Huh? You did even next!
Okay, you three. We're all done sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out?
Hold on a second.
Is it just me, or did you say something strange just now? Huh? Something that sounded a bit unusual. That's right. You deviate from usual catchphrase when addressing the club. Catchphrase? I don't have a catchphrase.
Jeez. Why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it.
Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. In your books, maybe. Look, the only thing different is that Sayori isn't. Oh my god. Look, the only thing different is that Sayori isn't here. It seems you're right. Sayori always helps lighten the mood a little bit, doesn't she? It's almost like Emma's balance is thrown off a little bit when she's not around.
Where the heck did she run off to anyway? I thought she just went to pee.
Natsuki, please show some decency.
Oh, come on!
She actually wasn't feeling too well and went home early. Is that so? I hope she's alright.
Seriously? Of all the times to not go home with her, you pick the time she's not feeling well. So much for you two being all lovey-dovey.
No!
First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayori. And second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I didn't want to force it.
Huh? That gives expression coming from Yuri of all people.
Calm down, guys.
I talked to her earlier. Everything is fine. What did she say? Anyway, we still need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so let's decide what Erin will be doing this weekend.
I already know what I am doing.
That's right. Natsuki will be making cupcakes. But we might need a lot of them, different flavors. Can you handle that all by yourself, Natsuki?
Challenge accepted!
And as for myself, I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Sayori will be helping me design them. And as for Yuri... Yuri, you can... Guys? Can you help me come up with something for Yuri? I'm useless. No! That's not it at all! You're the most talented person here, you know? No, Natsuki's pouting too? Jeez, even I can tell now. I guess I never give so enough credit, but I can tell things even harder on you when she's not around. That may be the case. But if I can't also be on my own, then go as a person. So, Yuri, you have beautiful handwriting, you know? So you should make some banners and decorations to upset the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that... I love atmosphere! Yuri's expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk in focus and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see. That's great! You'll be a wonderful help, Yuri. But anyway, that just leaves you, John. The one who is truly useless. Don't say that! In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It'll probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. You could always help me out as well. I would be really appreciative of that. That's... Is Monika suggesting I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are they going to respond to a suggestion like that? I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help.
Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some dirty work I can give to you. It's not it's not like Monika's going to give me a choice, and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway.
Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that. If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own.
She didn't.
You're twisting her words. John may not like to be around if you only make him out to be a nuisance. That may be, huh? So therefore, he may be more suited to assisting with the decorations.
Hold on! I never said that! How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway?
Atmospheric enhancements are very difficult. At least for me.
Sounds more like you're just making excuses for John to—
What are you saying? It would be extremely meticulous work.
And baking isn't? Just what do you think?
Guys! Let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to John to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten the chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? So I'm sure he's interested in—
You literally just said—
I'm surprised as well. Sorry. I was just saying though.
Jeez. Can we just settle this already?
John, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you.
Of course.
Very well. In that case, everyone looks straight at me. But of course I'm going to go with Yuri. Well, I'd probably be most helpful helping out Yuri. I need to drink some tea. Me?
Are you serious? Why would you—
Natsuki! I can already tell you about to say something mean.
No, I was just saying—
So you'll be helping Yuri then, John?
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm glad. I have a bad habit of overthinking these sorts of things. So I think your assistance will be very useful. That's great to hear. Natsuki, will you be able to handle the baking yourself?
I mean, yeah. I already said it would be fine.
Okay. Everyone can tell that Natsuki is feeling a little sour. So, is that everything we needed to go over? Yeah, that should be about it. Are you guys excited? Well, excited may not be the right word, but I suppose I'm looking forward to it a little bit. Do you feel the same way, John? Me? I guess you could say I'm interested to see how it'll turn out. That's good enough for me. What about you, Natsuki? Natsuki! What? Why is someone yelling at me? I didn't even do anything! No, that's not what I meant at all! Yuri edged the glances between everyone in the room. I'm sorry for this. I don't really know why John picked me. And also, your cupcakes are the best cupcakes I've ever had. They go really with my tea. And nothing that I do for the event will compare to that, so...
I get it. I'm kinda surprised though.
Why?
Well, I'm the one acting mature. I already know that. But you're trying to cheer me up all of a sudden.
I know I'm not very good at it. I'm sorry if I said something bad. Natsuki's the only one surprised. Monika and I are also taken aback by Yuri's words. When she already has trouble with words, trying to cheer someone up must be far from her own comfort zone. But I begin to understand. Yuri was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say at a time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves. She tries, that's for sure, but she doesn't always succeed, and people really need to realize that. She is definitely, without her, the club definitely was falling apart. And she definitely does her best to make everyone happy, and she's very successful most of the time. But for example, peer pressuring Yuri, like, to perform, or like, telling her, like, talking about, like, the book that she brought made Yuri very uncomfortable and not happy. She always tries her best, and she isn't a bad person, but she is a flawed character. She's, like, a realistic, flawed character. And while she does always do her best, she doesn't always succeed, sadly. But, you know what? I appreciate the attempt, always.
No. I kinda appreciated it. I'm sorry for making a big deal out of nothing. But I'm going to say this. Huh? You better bet that my cupcakes are going to be the best part of the whole event!
Oh, I believe you.
Yeah.
I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today. So I guess it's time for us to head out. Alright, let's get out of here then. Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monika and Natsuki out the door as they chat between each other. Huh? I turn around. Sorry. I realized that I don't have any way of contacting you this weekend. Oh, you're right. I can't let it slip my mind. Should I give her my phone number? I think that would be the best way, yes. Alright then. You and I exchange phone numbers. Okay. Then I'll be stopping by your house on Sunday. Eh? My house? Is that a problem? No, not at all. I just thought that I would be the one going to your house, since I'm the one helping you. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. But if you don't mind, I think I would prefer going to your house. Alright. In that case, it won't be a problem. I decided not to press Yuri for a reason. It's not like it should matter much either way, so I just need to make sure my room is clean. I hope I managed to make myself useful in some way. I'm not nearly as creative as you are. Don't underestimate yourself, John. I think that we'll make a very productive team. Even if you only chose me because you felt bad or something. Wait! You don't actually think that, do you? I don't know. It's difficult to come up with any other reason you may have chosen me. You're forgetting the one reason with the most common sense. I chose to help you because that's what I want to do. But Yuri thinks to herself with an extremely tense expression. Yuri, you're overthinking this. You want me to point out when you were thinking, right? Huh? I didn't realize. I'm telling you, I want to. That's all there is to it. Do you believe me? Yuri thinks really hard again. She looks straight into my eyes for a long while. I believe you! As if it took a tremendous effort, Yuri finally says that and relaxes her expression. And I'm really looking forward to Sunday. Yeah, I am too. After that exchange, I make my way out the door and Yuri follows. I can't believe this! Yuri's going to be coming to my house on Sunday? My anxiety shoots through the roof. Even though I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point, there's no telling what might end up happening when we're outside of school. More than that, she told me she was looking forward to it. Is this a chance I have to make something happen between us? Or is it too early for that? Only time will tell. But until then, I won't be able to take my mind off it. I seriously can't wait. It's already Sunday. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Yuri's upcoming visit. I keep myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. Yuri's kind of introverted and also an intimate person in general. There's no doubt that she'll open up a little bit when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, we've even been texting occasionally. I was extremely apprehensive at first, but it wasn't long before I was already learning more about her. But putting Yuri aside, I haven't heard a thing from Sayori since she left club early the other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything. But I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Sayori said and what Monika said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? I decide to visit Sayori before Yuri comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Again, we used to play so often that we've made it a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we were family. The house is quiet. Sayori's anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's already strange of her not to run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom, where I finally find her. Sayori?
Hi, John!
I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she is different. There's a minute of silence between us.
You haven't come out like this in a long time, have you?
I guess you're right. It has been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decorations that she's had for years now.
If you came home more often, it wouldn't be such a mess.
That's because I'm cleaning it for you.
How come you suddenly want to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Natsuki? Aren't you supposed to see Yuri today? Sorry.
Yeah, but... Wait, how did you know that? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting.
Monika told me. It's only natural to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right?
Especially since he was vice president. That's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to helping Monika today?
Of course! But I'm just helping her in line. We didn't plan to meet up or anything.
Ah, so just me and Yuri then.
Yep.
There's more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you were doing. After you left on Friday. When something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well, so... Sayori smiles, shaking her head.
That's no good, John.
Huh?
Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have even been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It just wants to torture me.
Sayori! I grab Sayori by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Sayori gives me an empty smile.
You really put me in a trap, John. But you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time.
Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori?
You're just going to make me say it, aren't you, John? I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy and caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. And that's why I just want to make everyone happy. Without anyone worrying about me.
I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayori?
Eh?
Why is it that you've never told me about this? I almost feel like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you. If there's only so much that I could do, I would have tried a little bit hard to make every day a little better for you. That's from your friend. All you had to do was tell me.
You don't understand at all, John. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes, but it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. That's why I want so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then, I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get close with everyone in the club. It feels like a spear going through my heart. So, that's why. That's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt.
You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do.
No, John. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing it could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish.
I finally showed you what a horrible person I am. Tears streaked down Sayori's face.
I made you join the Lucha Club because I was selfish. And I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here and it made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish. That's all I am. And that's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one.
Without thinking, I once again grabbed Sayori's shoulders. This time, I pull her into a tight embrace.
John.
Sayori, I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way.
John.
Sayori isn't hugging me back, despite my arms being wrapped around her. Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear.
No. Don't do this to me. Please don't do this.
Sayori barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but all I want is for her to know that I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away. If there's anything that you need me to do, then you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Sayori gently, Sayori finally puts her arms around me in return.
I don't know anything. Sorry, Yuri. I don't understand any of my feelings, John. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm. And that's really scary too.
Sayori lets me go. As she does so, I let her go as well. The festival's tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun, right?
Yeah.
How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. I promise.
I think that would be nice, and...
Yeah. Sayori wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel. No, don't! Please don't! If you did that, then I really wouldn't forgive you. But it's almost time for you to meet me at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. To my surprise, Sayori shakes her head. I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right? It's kind of hard for me to fully understand. But I'm trying my hardest. It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. I look forward to it. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy. But it's hard for me to keep thinking about when Yuri's about to come over too. I think Sayori's right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. Before we move on, I think it would be good to talk about this real quick. Because of the MC. And how much he gets hated for how he handled the situation. And I agree. He handled the situation not that good. Like, telling her that he can make these things go away when he can't. Or, like, the infamous line, it almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. But I really can't blame him either. Not just because he's a teenager. I'm not a teenager anymore, but it wasn't too long ago when I was. And I knew better than that. Because the lot concerning mental health. I went to therapy. I didn't have a great time at therapy, but I had a lot of support groups, and I'm still friends with a lot of them. And it was very opening and stuff, and him and I have very different life experiences due to that. How do you expect him to know how to handle Sayori's depression? Sayori didn't show any sign of it her entire life. You can see how much it wears him down when how much it bothers him when she acts weird on Friday. So obviously she never has acted even like this. But she did apparently tell him things that bothered her. Like, she does cry sometimes. That she doesn't try to do that. She wasn't like positive all the time or happy all the time. That would be like, wow, that's weird. And she's been like that for her whole life. And he grew up with that. And just, of course he was going to think that that's just the kind of person she is. Then he started holding himself up. Watching a lot of anime, playing a lot of games. And if he didn't really play like games and watch anime that like was like talking about like mental health, how was he supposed to know what to do in a situation? Was it good? No. Should he be criticized? He should be criticized, but he shouldn't be scolded, and he shouldn't be torn down as much as he's being torn down by the fandom. Because I doubt a lot of people would have handled it that well. And besides, being in the support groups has taught me people really need completely different things. So some people would be able to handle one person well that struggles and the other person as well. So you really can't just say you can't say that he did handle it bad, but you can say that he's a bad person for it. He didn't have any malicious intent. He wasn't even that ignorant, he just had no idea what to do. And I don't blame him. I appreciate the attempt. But yeah. Give me a moment. As I approach my house, I see something that makes me feel a moment of panic. Yuri? Thank goodness. You're a little early. I'm sorry I wasn't home yet. Were you waiting for a long time? No, I just got here. But I started to get really nervous when nobody answered the doorbell. You always could have texted me. If I had known, I would have reassured you and hurried more on my way home. I suppose that's true. I didn't think of that for some reason. It should be common sense to do that, but I decided to ignore it. Anyway, let's go inside. I see you brought a lot of stuff with you. That's right. And did you manage to find everything I asked you to buy as well? Yeah, pretty much. At least, I hope I got everything right. I'm sure it'll be fine. I take Yuri to my room. The first thing she does is glance around curiously, which makes me feel anxious. It's so clean. I cleaned it before you came over, so that's very considerate of you to do. No. I would be really embarrassed for my room to be a mess while you were here. Well, I do enjoy cleaning. I would have gladly helped you clean. That would be even more embarrassing. Wait, don't look at there! I snatched your wrist, which was in the process of opening a desk drawer of mine. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking for some reason. I was just spacing out. It's fine, it's fine. I let go of Yuri's wrist. She put both her hands firmly in her lap, as if making sure she's keeping track of them. I need to drink something. So, should we get started? Yes. I have a few things planned that you can help with. Decorations and other atmospheric enhancements. Atmospheric enhancements? You know, mood lighting, aromatherapy candles. Oh wow! I didn't think you planned on taking it that far. Of course. I want to help take our guests to a faraway place. Although many will stop by just out of curiosity. And for cupcakes, I guess. I'm determined to provide an experience that will leave them wanting more. That's great. It's easy to forget that you're a pretty intense person. Intense? I guess that's the best way to describe it. Is that a bad thing? No, not at all. It's something that I like about you, actually. Is that so? That makes me feel relieved. And kind of happy. Yeah, no need to be so anxious. You can relax a little. Relax. I brought some things for relaxation. I was going to use them during the poetry event. Oh yeah? Like what? Let's see. Yuri rummages through her bag. She pulls out a few candles and a wooden cylinder-shaped object. I did some shopping on the way here, so I happen to have these in my bag. I plan to cover the windows in black paper and use the candles to light the room. I think that would be amazing, don't you? Yeah, that would be really neat. What's that wooden thing, though? Oh, this? This is a diffuser for essential oils. How familiar are you with aromatherapy? Not familiar at all. Is that so? It's one of my favorite contributors to a positive atmosphere. Depending on the oils or herbs you choose, it can change the mood of the air itself. You can even feel it permeate through your body. Relaxation, positive energy, romance, reflection. It's almost like magic. Yuri takes the cylinder and pushes a switch on the bottom. In just a moment, a thin ray of vapor begins to spout through a small hole in the top. Wow, that smells wonderful. What kind of mood is that one for? This is a jasmine essential oil. It smells so sweet and flowery, right? Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I chose jasmine for the event because it provides more than relaxation. Jasmine enhances your emotions and helps you feel them flow through your body. You feel warmer and your heart pounds more heavily. Don't you think it would be perfect for sharing our pros? It does sound suitable. But you seem to know a lot about this, so I'll trust your opinion with anything. Yuri smiles gently, clearly enjoying herself. She again reaches into her bag and pulls out several spools of thin ribbon. What are those for? Well, did you purchase the origami paper I asked you to get? Yeah, I have it over here. We won't be using the paper to for folding origami. What I'd like to do is write a different word on each paper. We'll need about 100 of them. Once again, reference to the poem minigame. Oh yeah? What will those be used for? Well, I'm going to cut pieces of ribbon to hang from the doorway of the classroom. Then we can fasten the paper into the ribbons to create a doorway curtain. Wouldn't that be beautiful? It would also catch the eye of those passing by the room. It may attract some to peek inside. That's really creative! I had no idea you'd be so good at this, Yuri. Is that so? Well, I suppose I do get a little intense, as you'd put it. Yuri giggles with red cheeks. Is it just me, or is she more relaxed when it's just the two of us? Or maybe it's the excitement she feels from sharing something that she enjoys. Here's a marker, John. You can write any characters you want. I'll help you once I've finished cutting the ribbons. Ah, alright. Sitting on the floor together, the two of us get to work. I carefully draw a different character on each paper, doing my best to manage my bad handwriting. Yuri unravels a long strand of red ribbon to her desired length. Then she reaches into her bag once more and pulls out a pocket knife. Eh? The knife is strangely beautiful. The silver handle has an intricate pattern of waves etched into it. The blade itself is gently tinted blue. That's no ordinary pocket knife. That looks really fancy. Well, embarrassed, Yuri looks away. What is it? You're going to think it's weird. Yuri, whatever it is, I have no reason to judge. Teach their own, you know. If you promise you won't be weirded out. Yeah, I promise. Alright. The thing is, I'm kind of into knives. They're just so pretty. I can't help it! I don't know what it is. The combination of craftsmanship and feeling of danger, maybe. Oh, what am I saying? Please don't think I'm weird for this. Yuri, in real life, I know 2 people with large knife collections, and 4 more that just have like a whole bunch of knives and thinks they think that his knives are pretty too. Like, for me, this is normal. You're laughing at me. No, I'm not laughing at you. It's just funny how nervous you get about sharing. It's an interesting thing to be into, I guess. But I think it kinda suits you. Suits me. Yeah, it's kind of intense. Besides, it's a really cool looking knife, I can't deny that. It is, isn't it? You relaxes her expression once again. Would you like to hold it? Sure, I'll check it out. Yuri carefully hands me the knife with the handle facing me. I take it and turn it around in my hands. It feels heavy and extremely solid. Where do you even get a knife like this? Curious of its sharpness, I feel the point of the knife with my index finger. Ow! John! Why did you do that? I didn't expect it to be that sharp. I barely touched it at all. It's my fault. I should have warned you. This knife is extremely sharp. It can cut through skin like it's paper. Oh no. A small drop of blood trickles down the side of my finger. Yuri takes my hand and gives the wound a closer look. She stares at it and noticeably fidgets. If you're squeamish, I'll gouge it off now. Ah! Without warning, Yuri puts my finger in her mouth and licks the wound. I feel a tongue curve on my finger. Startled, I instinctively pull my hand back. Please forgive me. I wasn't thinking. Yuri lowers her head, her face burning up. That's pretty unhygienic, Yuri. Plus, consent. Yuri, that's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done. How could I do something like that? I'm sorry. Sure, it was a little weird and it took me by surprise. But I guess she was just trying to help, right? She was probably just trying to help, but I really think it's unsanitary. Yuri, I think you're overreacting a little. Depends on the person. I know some people would instinctively slap her if she did that. As horrible as it sounds, but like, yeah, they probably would. She doesn't lift her head. Or she doesn't recover from this for the rest of the afternoon. Alright, you know what? This might be a stupid thing to do, but I do it anyway. I take Yuri's hand and lick her index finger in return. John! Did you really just do that? No, we're even. Yuri just looks at me like I did something wrong. I knew that would be a bad idea. If it's not for the sweet aroma of the jasmine, the air would be extremely heavy right now. You're so weird, John. Yuri giggles shyly. Eh? Yuri calling me weird? I have no response to that. Where do you keep your bandages? Oh, I don't think I need one actually. It was a tiny cut. Look, it already stopped bleeding. I see. That's relieving. The tension is quickly lifted. We each resume our respective activities. I watch Yuri's knife cut through the ribbon like it's nothing but hair. Meanwhile, continue to make progress on the paper. Neat. After we finish attaching the paper to the ribbons, we lay them all out side by side. It looks better than I expected and will be very effective as a door curtain. It looks great. Good thinking coming up with this, Yuri. Thanks. It's just something I saw online, really. I had to move on to the next task. Yeah, let's do it. What do you have in mind? I'd like to create a banner. That's why I asked you to buy the paint tablets. Ah, that's right. One of the items you had asked me to buy was a kit of watercolor paint tablets. We'll need about 6 cups of water to put each of the tablets in. Do you mind fetching those for us? Of course not. 6 cups of water. I'll be right back, in a minute. Thank you very much. Oh, and just a little bit of water is okay. If you fill the cups too much, it will be too diluted. Taking his advice, I decided to use small plastic bathroom cups rather than full-size glasses. I put each of them on a paint. I put them each on a plate to catch any paint that drips, then bring it back into my room. Yuri? Yes? I come in to see her quickly unrolling her sleeve, pulling it back over her arm. Ah, nothing. Your face is a little red. Is it too hot in here or anything? No, not at all! There's nothing wrong, so let's mix the paint. Yuri hurriedly dismisses me and takes it upon herself to unwrap the tablets, dropping them into the cups. So, I shall drink. I thought we would do something simple that would look very nice. I'd like to paint a gradient across the banner, starting with the colors for sunrise, then daytime, then sunset and nighttime. Once it dries, I'll write an inspirational quote across the banner. We can hang it on the wall behind the podium at the front of the classroom. Ah, neat. What are you going to write? Well, it will be my fun to surprise you. Yuri smiles at me. If you say so. After rolling out the banner, Yuri and I kneel on opposite sides so we don't get in the way of each other. Yuri uses a brush and adds a few dots of different colors across the banner to serve as a color guide when we paint. This kind of reminds me of elementary school. Painting on a banner with watercolors feels a lot like the art class projects we had back then. Yeah, in our case too. But not just in elementary school, even the I don't really know how to put it in English language. Just from class 6 to 9, and even after that we were still doing this. After that, because the teachers were we didn't have enough art teachers. It's relaxing. I'm sorry if this feels too childish. No, I didn't mean that at all. It's kind of fun, you know? Yeah, it is fun. I'm glad you feel that way too. Yuri stops painting for a moment, thinking to herself, for me, I don't need to go out and do crazy things to have fun. In fact, I usually don't even want to. I just like when I can spend time with one other person. Even if it's something simple, like reading, it doesn't even matter if we don't talk much. Just having a friend next to me makes things feel a little bit nicer. I think that's all it takes for me to be happy. Is that so? Even if you and I are quite different, I can understand where she's coming from. I feel a way about things like anime and games, for simply sharing the experience with someone can make me happy. I think I feel the same way. Yuri smiles gently. I knew you'd understand. Yuri leans over the banner to grab an unused paintbrush, but I move at the same time, causing my head to bump into hers. Sorry! Yuri reels back and I quickly lift my hands in surprise. Are you hurt? No, I'm not hurt. It just startled me. That's all. Sorry, I should have asked you to get it for me. It's not your fault. Ah, your face! There are droplets of paint on Yuri's face and neck. Is there something on my face? Yeah, I accidentally got paint on you. Sorry, it's totally my fault. I'll get a towel right away. I rush out and fetch a small towel, then I dampen it with hot water. I return to my room and kneel back down in front of her. Here. I have pat down Yuri's face and neck with the towel. Is something wrong? No, it's hot. I just didn't expect it. Sorry. I didn't want to use cold water. Having finished, I start to retract my hand. But Yuri suddenly holds my wrist. Wait, huh? Just for a little longer. It feels really nice. I keep my hand still against Yuri's neck. She looks into my eyes. It's an intense expression that I recognize from when she reads her books. Almost as if she's lost in a daze, enveloped by her own thoughts. She breathes gently, half through slightly parted lips. What is happening? Is it the aroma of the jasmine oil giving me this dizzy feeling? His gentle fingers wrapped around my wrist and sent a tingling sensation through my arm. And suddenly, her face seems to be much closer to mine than it was just a moment ago. Yuri slowly pulls away. Sorry. I've been feeling a little lightheaded today. I didn't mean to space out. It's fine. The moment is over as soon as it began. Yuri picks up her brush again, but her movements seem clumsier, like she's unable to focus. I remain silent, forced to ignore the event that just transpired. I hesitate to retrieve my own brush and continue following Yuri's example. That should do it. I finished filling the night sky with white dots that look like stars. Looking at the banner as a whole, it's very pretty and natural looking. I think it came out better than I expected. I'm really happy with the results. Yeah, me too. Are you going to add the lettering now? Not yet. It needs to dry first. That's true, but won't that take a while? Well, perhaps it would be best to leave it here, then have you bring it in the morning. I can do the lettering in the classroom before our event starts. Is that okay? That's totally fine. Wonderful. In that case, I don't think there's anything more for us to do here. Phew. You say that like you're glad it's over. Was I wrong to assume that you were at least enjoying yourself a little bit? No, it's not that. I'm just glad that we managed to get everything done. I see. I am too. I was a little concerned about time. I need to start making dinner soon. So you don't have any time left? I was secretly hoping we'd have extra time after finishing the work. Well... Yuri thinks to herself. I think it'd be too responsible of me to wait much longer. I'm sorry. I was hoping there would be more time as well. It's probably my fault. Sorry for being such a slow worker. No, it's not your fault at all. And the important thing is that we got everything done, right? Yeah. So, I shouldn't be disappointed or anything. Gathering all her things, Yuri seems to look a little downcast. I understand why. It sounds like she rarely gets the opportunity to spend time with friends in a relaxed environment. But that doesn't mean this is the last time it can happen. Once Yuri packs up, I walk her out the front door. Thank you very much for having me today. No problem. I'm glad I was able to help. Just let me know if there's anything else you need me to bring tomorrow. I will. Well then. Yuri fidgets. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Wait! I kind of said that without thinking. About today. It's fine that we didn't have much time as we wanted. Because we can do this again. Whenever you want, you can come over, or we can go out somewhere. Ah, I forgot you don't like going out much. As I stumble over my words, Yuri simply smiles bashfully. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say, so... You're very thoughtful, John. Yuri takes a step closer to me, then briefly squeezes my hand. I kind of like that about you. Well... How am I supposed to respond to that? But I don't even get a chance to as Yuri suddenly pulls back. Sayori?
Hi, John.
Sayori! Just now, we weren't...
It's okay, John. I just stopped by to say hi.
Well, it's nice to see you. I'm sorry, but I'm always on my way to leave.
Oh, really? That's too bad.
I'm sorry. But we'll all be at the festival tomorrow, so that's fine, right?
Of course!
Sayori beams. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow! Clearly embarrassed, Yuri hurries off. Sayori waves goodbye after her. Sayori! I thought you didn't want to come over today!
Well, I tried seeing my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me. So to come here and see it for myself.
See what? What are you talking about?
You know, how much fun you having with Yuri. And how close you got to her. It makes me really happy that you've made such good friends. That's all that matters to me.
Tears start to fall down Sayori's face.
That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, John? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is split in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I could just disappear.
Sayori, don't say that.
It's true, John. If I wasn't here, then you would waste your sympathy on me. You'd have to put up with me being selfish. Monika was right. I should just...
Monika? Monika's right about what? Sayori, what I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So, even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain.
But...
Sayori looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her.
I'm scared, John. I'm really scared.
What are you scared of, Sayori?
I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me.
Sayori?
It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. John, I like you so much that I want to die! That's how I feel! And...
That's enough, Sayori. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand on Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you? Do you still believe me? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings. I know what you need the most right now. And that's what I'm going to give to you. Sayori, you'll always be my dearest friend. What you need most is for things to be like they've always been. Monika told me the truth. She told me how much happier you seemed after I joined the club. I know you're struggling with some really difficult feelings right now, but please trust me that I know what's best, and will make you happy in the end. I promise I'll help get things back to the way they were.
I see.
Sayori forces a smile through an incredibly pained expression. Is this what it feels like? To get stabbed in the chest? I should write a poem about this. Sayori, it's okay. This is just my punishment. Remember? For being so selfish. So please don't worry about these stupid feelings. I know you're right. I knew this whole time that there's no happiness down this path.
That's why I came here. Just so I could get the answer I needed to hear. And the other thing, you're also right, I just want to get back to the way it was. I realize that now. You really do know me better than anyone, John. I'll trust you with anything. Anything at all. So...
Sayori's smile finally breaks. All of a sudden, she turns around and drops to her knees. Clutching her head with both hands, she screams as loudly as she can. I'm so shocked that I don't know how to react. Sayori looks over her shoulder and flashes me one more weak smile before turning around and running off. Sayori! I'm left helplessly standing in front of my dollhouse. Why am I feeling so horrible about this? But there's nothing more I could have done. The most I can do is support Sayori through her feelings and help on the path that's right. But I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is. Even though I can comfort her, I keep wondering if I should be doing something more, or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. I'm going to give it everything I've got. Sayori will always be my dearest friend. And I'll do whatever it takes to put a smile on her face every day. Okay. Here the file popped up. The Happy Thoughts PNG. Sayori says in the... Sorry, I'm a bit shaken up. Okay. Sayori says in the side story balance that she, likes drawing stick figures, so I'm pretty sure she is the one who made the drawing. But the question I just wonder why Monika put it in the files, like as a warning, or did it just like glitch in there, or did she well, I suppose I also did some weird things after some specific events, so maybe it could just be just that, or like it's the last thing Sayori made or something. I don't know. Anyway. It's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori, but Sayori's not answering her phone. I considered going down to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. The banner Yuri and I painted is drawing, I gently rolled it up to take with me. She sent me a pleasant text reminding me not to forget anything, and I reassured her. Funny enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so that I can spend time with Sayori and Yuri at the festival. But knowing Monika, I'm sure the event will be great too. John! You're the first one here. Thanks for being early. That's funny. I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monika's placing all booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monika would like and submitted it. So, that's the one I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on days this important, she'd try a little harder. I say that, but I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday. And I suddenly feel awful, knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking. But maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all. You should take the responsibility for her, John. I mean, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. You kind of left her hanging this morning, you know. Exchange? Monika, you know about that? Of course I do. I'm the club president, after all. But, I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell about it that quickly? About how I basically turned down her confession? That makes me really seem like the bad guy here. But I'm the one who knows what's best for her, right? Jeez. You don't know the full story at all, so... Don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think. Monika's being as friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that. Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously. Yeah, I thought so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving an almost professional feel. I recognized Natsuki's and Yuri's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's one that I haven't read before.
Percentage. Get out of my head, 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 get out. Get out of my head. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But the poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving. What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach. John? What's wrong? Nothing. This poem feels completely different from anything else Sayori's written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm going to get Sayori, so... well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay? I quickly leave the classroom. Don't strain yourself. Monika calls it out after me. I quicken my pace. It's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one we'd be walking to school with Sayori. But Sayori isn't answering her phone. I considered going down to her cup, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. I managed to carry all the cupcakes by myself by carefully stacking 2 trays. Natsuki's already texting up a storm, but I can respond thanks to my hands being full. Funnily enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Sayori and Natsuki at the festival. But knowing Monika, I'm sure the event will be great too. What was I thinking? I should try a bit harder for Sayori. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday things will be the same as they always have been. That's all she needs and what I want to give her. I reach Sarah's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I open the door and let myself in. Sayori? She really is a heavy sleeper. I swallow. I can't believe I'm doing this after all. Waking up in her own house. Isn't that more like something a boyfriend would do? In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sarah's room, I knock on her door. Sayori? Wake up, dummy! There's no response.
I really didn't want to have to enter a room like this. It's a kind of a breach of privacy. But she really leaves me no choice. I gently opened the door. What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. So I wouldn't do this. Everything was normal until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told her I'd be there for her. I told her I know what's best and that everything will be okay. Then why? Why would you do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Turning down her confession, the task of pain were pushed over the edge. Agonized screams like I was in my ears. Why did I do that to her when she needed me the most? Why were they so selfish? This is my fault. My son thoughts could tell me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spend more time with her, walk to the school, and give her what I know she wanted out of her relationship, then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this! Screw the literature club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I could do can bring her back. This is some game I can reset and try something different. I had only one chance and I wasn't careful enough. And now I carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life was worth more than hers. But I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now, I can never take it back. Never. 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 Give me a moment. This scene's always hard for me. Sometimes I start crying too. I almost started crying, but I think today was too stressful for me to cry, so. But yeah, I was on the verge of it sometimes. Especially during the oh yeah, agonized screams that goes in my ears in the middle portion. So. Depending on the day, like I said, I also sometimes cry. I sometimes tear up during specific parts of the game anyway, so I'm a very emotional person. The scene just means something to me, given the fact that I lost someone that way, so sometimes the scene brings up the emotions pretty intensely. It's been some time, so I've recovered quite a bit, but depending on the day, depending on what happened during the day, and during the night, I sometimes can still get really emotional about this, so it's like it harms me in the long run, just sometimes there's this feeling. These memories, you know. However, before we leave, wait a second, no, I don't think it glitched. Maybe it sometimes glitches. I think we should go over the other things that we said talk about before we go into Act 2. If I sound a bit different and still a bit teary, then I'm sorry. I don't think I will recover so quickly, real quick, so I think I just need to breathe for a bit and focus on a few other things, like traceback.txt. Okay. So yeah, I'm sorry about an uncut exception occurred, and there's all of this. And of course, the famous restart top context. Oh jeez, I didn't break anything, did I? Hold on a sec, I can probably fix this, I think. Actually, you know what? So probably a lot easier if I just deleted her. She's the one who's making this so difficult. Well, here goes nothing. So, I wish I could have done a bit better with the voice acting, but yeah. So yeah, and Sayori's file is also gone, as you know. Although I do think it's pretty funny that many people look at this and are still like, Monika intentionally killed her off. Even though she basically says here, if she just wanted her dead, she could have just deleted her. It's the easier path of whatever she wanted to do. And in Act 3, she basically talks about how she amplified Sayori's depression, but she never intended her for Sayori to die. And she seems to be quite impacted by it too, given some stuff in Act 3. And like, this also implies that, oh, she's not breaking anything. Hold on a second, probably fix this, I think. I also think it's interesting how the game seemingly tries to restart as soon as Sayori's body pops up, and Sayori's finally gets deleted as soon as you as you first see it. It's as though Monika quickly tried to do it so that you don't see it, because I mean, she does apologize for you to have to see nasty things in Act 3, so she probably really just did want that you to see these things. So it's probably like quickly impulsive, just like, if I can just like fix this, I'm just going to delete her. I also want to quickly talk about like the pun. I never got around to watch it, but someone on the internet once told me that Dan Sawado, the creator, states in his playthrough that Monika's like the pun while thinking of it as like how players make jokes about like characters suffering when they don't care about that character, when they aren't attached to that character. But Monika seems to be pretty attached to Sayori, especially due to the things she says in Act 3. Like, she was affected by how Sayori by how it went with Sayori, and she seemed to have a really deep relationship with Sayori too at that point. So I think the statement may make sense if Monika, like, immediately after Sayori's death, tried to delude herself into thinking that she doesn't care, that she isn't attached to Sayori. Because, which makes sense, she probably really quickly needed to dissolve herself of that guilt to make sure she doesn't, like, freak out. And there are, in Act 3, even things like that, hints like that she doesn't think of the pun as funny herself, even, so... So, to me, it somewhat comes off more like, a coping mechanism by which she tries to convince herself that she wasn't attached. And she tries to show it to you, like, see, I can joke about it. And, another thing about the, percentage poem, like her final poem, Get Out of My Head stuff. I kind of wonder if this was Monika's poem or Sayori, or like a glitched poem. Because it could make sense for Monika to do it, especially with like the percentage. But I just wonder what the goal was. Since, Monika didn't want like her to be dead, but maybe she wanted Sayori to seem like insane. And so she wanted to, put like a poem where, Sayori seems insane. Because she, goes like, and, does like, because she like wrote this weird poem. So that she like seems more weird. Or maybe it like glitched and Sayori, those are like actually words that Sayori wrote down by herself, but for some reason like she was a bit glitchy in that moment, so she wrote like the percentage. I'm not too sure. But I don't mind the idea that Monika probably affected it a little bit. I just, like, the majority of the poem seems like something Sayori would write. It even has like a bit of a poetry structure in it, after the Get Out of My Head part. It's just the percentage sign. That's the only thing that throws me off about it. And yeah, maybe it's like a situation with like the happy thoughts too. Like, I really think she put it maybe... Like, Monika must have had a reason to put it here. Unless, of course, it's also just glitched in there. And maybe it was just, like I said, I lost someone that way, and I also did some weird things following it. Related to exactly that event. So maybe it's just one of these cases where this is like the last thing Sayori drew and the last thing Sayori wrote. And so she like put it there or something. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. Anyway, this was it. This was that. Thank you for watching. I hope if you stuck around for everything, that you had fun, even though the ending, I hope I didn't bother anyone with my weird talking. I still hope you enjoyed it, and I do hope that you have a nice day, nice night, nice evening, nice morning. I don't know what you're watching this in the morning, but whatever. Nice morning, and yeah. If I don't know if I should be saying this. If not, just cut it out. If you've also lost someone that way, then just know that it wasn't your fault. Mental health is a difficult thing. Unless you actively were like trying to, like actively saying things, telling them to do weird things. Yeah, maybe you said something that could have been said better, but maybe there was something you could have done differently. But it still isn't your fault. Mental health is difficult. And you're not responsible for anyone's death that you didn't actively try to cause. I'm sorry for anyone who's lost someone that way. And I hope you can heal. I think I'll be struggling with this my whole life, but I've also gotten better, so I hope you have people like me. Like, I have people around me, my friends, that supported me. I supported them too because we're all friends with them, so I hope you also have the support that's needed to get through this. Maybe professional help. And stay safe.